Somewhere amidst the stars, far away from the United Federation of Planets, the U.S.S. Achilles and the U.S.S. Wildfire have found themselves in a strange pocket of an alternate Earth or Sol system. Many things aren't beginning to make sense to them, and soon yet, more yet, will make even less sense. This is a 4-threat game. Oh, and in case anyone's wondering, the start date is 60081.
Yes, we've progressed by a singular stardate.
It's all the bloody same day. Thralic, you wake up.
Yeah. Oh, good.
You're in an exam room in the med bay. You recognize the telltale signs of your tiling and sealing and the inventive architecture of interior design for the Achilles. Oh, you're in their med bay, all right? You start to sit up a little bit and you feel pressure field kind of freeze you in place. You feel sore in
Right.
different places, like something like you've gone through a medical procedure recently.
Cool. What's the last thing I remember?
What is the last thing you remember? Weren't you on the bridge?
Yeah, I was on the bridge. Now I'm here.
You had
Going up the
visions.
bridge.
No. You came down to the counselor's office. You wanted to make sense of your visions.
Yes, and then this room was cold, much colder than it should have been. I decided I was going to go and try to make more sense of these visions using focus on board and then nothing.
Your bed beep. It does not beep, sorry. There's no beeping in your room. There's no hum of the engine.
Oh. Okay.
Lights are on, in case you're wondering.
Well, that doesn't compute. So try and look around, see how much mobility I have inside of a pressure field.
They weren't doing any. Your head is able to move around a little bit.
Right. Scope out my surroundings as much as I can and wait, I guess.
You do feel there's like a little call pad on your right side. Most people don't know about it, but it's something that doctors usually tell you. Hey, if you need to call us and you're in a pressure field, you can communicate that way with slight twitches of the hand.
All right. And I'll catch my breath for a second and then press that.
You feel the contact of the membrane that lets you connect with the interface. As you tap your finger down, you feel it give and press. You feel that tiny little tingle, that little haptic feedback that you've actually hit a button. Except you don't. You press it down, you feel the membrane give, you feel it touch the other contact, and nothing. You feel no haptic feedback. You kind of tap around a bit, maybe because sometimes if you miss a button when you're not looking, you'll tap blank space and the computer won't buzz your hand. So you tap around a bit and nope, nothing. You're not even hearing beeps of it telling you you're hitting the pad wrong, like the warning beep of please stop failing at using keyboards.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Well, I mean, I'm in a exam room. These things are usually fairly soundproof. So yeah, I'm going to try to calm my mind and wait, I guess.
Head,
Because
nurse, Head Nurse Farouk. Nurse
Yes.
Farouk. Yes, you are in medbay. You are you're looking at a pad, and you look up to say something to a colleague about some matter or another, and they are frozen in place. Everything goes dead quiet.
Oliver? Walk
They
over.
seem to be in the middle. Like you can see their hands are frozen over the contacts, over the keyboard. And you can see that there was a like a centrifuge test that they were doing. They were spinning something, and it seems to be frozen halfway through the spin.
Right.
We're all
This-
hearing that,
hey,
right?
Yeah. Hey,
Uh,
author.
Author.
Hey, author.
Author.
There's music happening.
That's. I was gonna say 'cause that wasn't me, right? I'm like,
That was,
I was trying,
oh my
I was trying to
god.
see like, what? The
I mean,
fuck?
I appreciate Skyrim, but I don't think the Dragonborn is here right now.
I was like, am I the Dragonborn? This is so fucking cool.
I go for some pretty
Sorry.
hard twists, but you see dragon runes on the screen. No! Sorry.
No, I was looking through something on the screen. Something started auto playing.
Nice. So yes, the person's frozen in place. Abebe is frozen in place, and the test seems to be frozen in place.
Sorry,
He does
hang on,
not respond to your call.
I need to get back into character. Hang on.
Yep.
Oh, God, that killed me.
Meow meow.
I notice. I like look around. Is everybody frozen in the same way?
Yep.
Counselor?
You call out. Your voice eerily echoes due to how quiet it is. Ships are usually too noisy for your echo to be noticeable.
Okay.
Lights are on though. All the computers look lit up. They're just not blinking or doing anything. They're frozen, whatever they were doing before.
Okay. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. What is the last thing that I remember? Do I remember being on the planet?
Do you remember that? Yeah, you were on the planet. You met with somebody down there. You were in San Francisco briefly, and then you kind of snapped out of it, right?
Yeah, I was in the forest. I was running. There was a person there. They had a walking cane. Then we transported people up, and what is going on?
Insight security difficulty 2.
Oh,
You might notice
that's-
something.
Okay. Okay. Inside security, not my
Ooh,
best
medicine.
role.
Sorry, medicine, because you're in the med bay. You would know it sounds normal in a med bay.
Okay. Insight medicine, composure as a focus.
Given the circumstances, sure.
Yeah. I'll tempt you and give you a threat.
Certainly.
We'll re-roll that with. Let's try.
You hear movement in exam room 2. It's very, very faint, but because it's so quiet, it's easy for you to hear it.
All right. I get my tricorder out, just kind of instinctively hold it in my left hand, and
Flick, it beeps and whirs to life. It works.
Okay. Interesting. Hear the motion. Yeah, Varuk, just hearing that out of the sort of the deafening silence, will definitely go over to exam room 2. Is the door shut?
The door is shut. It does not open when you approach it.
Oh, it doesn't open?
Nope.
I'll click the door sound button.
You press your finger against the contact. You feel your finger go through the membrane, touch the opposite side. Nothing. You see the pad's lit up. Like it looks like it should be on and be doing things, but you press it and nothing happens.
Okay. Is there a manual like for emergencies and for whatever reason during power failure, there should be a manual.
Yeah, there's a mechanical way to open. Actually, in these newer ships, they have like little suction cup things that let you pull the door open. And if it's really stuck, there's like a big hydraulic like switch that pulls the door open mechanically.
Yeah, I'll grab the suction cup thing. Okay, how do I use it? Oh yeah. Stick it against the door and try to pull it open.
Thralic, the door opens and reveals Varuk.
Commander?
Nurse?
Are you awake? I go and start trying to.
Yes, nurse, I'm awake.
I'm glad to hear that. I probably hear the hum of the presser field, right?
No.
Okay.
It's silent.
Can you move?
No. There appears to be a presser field in place.
And you see Thralic kind of move around a little bit, and there's that telltale sign that they're running into the presser field, which should be like it's presser field's a very low intensity force field that presses you down. Presser field,
Right.
Get it? So you should be seeing buzzes, like little flashes of light, letting you know that the patient's trying to move. But instead, you're
not
just seeing
seeing
that
those?
pantomime. You're seeing the pantomime of Thralic hitting it.
I'd reach towards Commander Thralic with my hand.
You feel your hand stop. And this is a weird feeling because normally when you touch a presser field, it is a force field. You'd feel energy and warmth against your hand, but you just feel a barrier that you can't see.
Commander, stay calm. This is strange. Okay, I'm gonna talk this through with you. Outside in the rest of the med bay, everybody is frozen where they are. I haven't conducted any scans yet. I look down at my tricorder. I'm gonna scan. Is what I'm seeing true? Is the question that I am trying to get the answer of from the scan.
Reason medicine difficulty 5.
Oh. All right. This is interesting.
Can I direct him?
You certainly could.
I'll do that. Yes, nurse, please do make your scan and figure out what exactly is going on here. That'll be appreciated.
Okay.
From my assist, you get advisor gives you a reroll.
Okay.
And
okay. I will. Is that a reroll? That's a reroll of just one die, right?
yes, it's one die reroll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Composure as a focus again.
Yeah.
Okay. You're assisting. I'm gonna go ahead and give you 2 threat, and I'm gonna set the value curiosity never killed anything.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay. Rolling. So this is gonna be then plus 2. 3 dice. I'm gonna re-roll that with bold. Okay. I'm gonna re-roll. I'm gonna try to re-roll the other whiff with advisor. Shoot. Okay. That is 2 + 2 is 4, with 1 complication.
All right, and I've got my assist to roll. Actually, hold on. I'm just going to burn my Christopher Pike Medal of Valor. 2 successes.
Okay, so that'll give us.
Medal requires you to succeed at a task, I believe, doesn't it?
No, the Christopher Pike Medal of Valor is once per mission when the character uses the direct task instead of rolling normally. They may treat their d20 as if it rolled a 1.
Oh, it's the auto 1. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So you're 1 up then, I believe.
Yep. So that's
With a comp.
With a comp. We'll let the comp stay. I think. 1 momentum generated.
Because we were successful, we generate 1 additional momentum on the task from my coordinated efforts. No, wait, which one is it? Yeah, maximized efficiency. That's the talent. So we technically do have enough to squash if we want to.
Oh yeah, we'll quash it then, for sure.
No.
Oh, cool. No is the answer to the question. Okay.
You look at the tricorder, and it doesn't. The tricorder tells you that you are seeing a person under a pressure field, an active pressure field. You're detecting the bed, you're detecting the ship, you're detecting yourself, But with the medical, you're focusing in a particular area. That's what the little handheld thing's for. It's telling you that the pressure field's on, and it's holding the patient in place and stuff. Except you, as a medical professional, know for a fact that can't be possible, because if it is active, physics demand that that energy is flowing. There's energy moves when it's active, when it's moving, especially in a force field like that. It creates a visible particle electrolyzed field. So when you touch it, it should react to your hand, to movement. This can't be real. It's not. If it is, then physics stopped working. So either physics stopped working, or this ain't bloody real.
I'm putting money on physics.
Oh, okay. We're betting opposites then. For Commander, this is interesting. The tricorder seems to think that you're under a pressure field, but I know that you're not under a pressure field. I know logically that you're not under a pressure field right now, and yet I cannot touch you and you cannot move. So, I'm thinking that this potentially could be some sort of simulation, or I don't know. It's not making sense to me, but I'm not sure. Another thing I want to tell you about, Commander, is I don't. Do I have a GM? Do I have a good frame of reference about time? Like, how long was I on the planet?
Rough guess, I'd say 15 minutes, 30 minutes.
Okay.
Well, you were running around in that forest and stuff, so that probably took you about half hour to get there, so 45 minutes to an hour is more likely. Assuming that the part about the city in San Francisco was real, so relative to your experience, you've experienced about an hour's worth of time.
Right, so from my perspective, I've experienced there was an hour in which I was doing the jungle thing, and I was conversing with the entity and getting the people beamed back to the ship.
Yep.
Okay.
Beyond that, without checking a chronometer, it's hard to tell because you're kind of guessing in your head how long it took.
I relay that to Commander Thralic, the events that I perceived and saw.
Go for it, because they weren't here.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. So I forgot. So So I somehow was transported off of the ship, off of the Achilles. I found myself in something akin to one of my simulations that I run on the holodeck where I was running through the forest. This isn't important, but as I sort of concluded that, some sort of entity, a small, I believe, woman, but I'm not sure. She had a walking stick. She walked towards me and she said that she was a guide for me. I then opened my eyes and I was in a different place. This different place it was a cliff, and I saw out into the water, and in the water was a bunch of our crewmen, the patients, other nurses, staff from the ship. I then had the counselor beam them back up to the ship, and this is where I find myself.
Can you describe the water?
Baruch, I'm sure, would be able to, but I'm currently fuzzy on it.
It was dark, but clear. Motes of ice forming across it, like in a deep winter.
And how deep was it?
It was black and dark, an ocean.
They were wading through it towards some sort of gateway, something out through the water. I saw sort of at the horizon there was a gateway that they were making their way towards. I tried calling to them, but they obviously were dreaming or were in some sort of state. I transported them back, and the ship transported them back, and now I'm here.
All right. GM, how much does this sound like it could be some sort of manifestation on the ocean?
Insight, science, or medicine? Difficulty 2. Sorry, you're a telepath. Difficulty 1. Sorry, you're psychically trained. You have a feeling for that sort of thing.
All right. Science or medicine, you said?
Yep.
Cool. Those are both ones.
Could I perhaps assist with my description?
You could. Well, it depends if they're like announces aloud what they're thinking about.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't think I'm going to be able to assist then.
Let's see. Will she? That sounds like it might be linked with, I believe the Watch calls it the Ocean of Consciousness. The psychic field that permeates a dimension lower than ours, I believe. It's been a while since I took well, actually I didn't take those classes at all. They were electives.
Yeah, so if you didn't take them, think about how far away from where you are I am.
Actually, I can. When they bring that up, when Throg brings it up, there is a class you remember about advanced metaphysical geometries. The only reason you had to learn about it in the medical training is that it's related to psionics. An ocean of consciousness is a abstraction of the idea of psychic connections and stuff. So you're aware of what they're talking about in that very limited medical sense, rather than the more sciencey metaphysical geometry sense. Although your medical's pretty high. What's your science actually?
My science is 3, so I would think that see my thing with that is the science score of 3 isn't gonna be towards metaphysical geometry. It's gonna be towards more like botany and other things like that.
Well, the only reason you know it through medicine is because psionics is something that a lot of patients have. It's something like if someone's having a bad mind meld, you need to understand. You may not be a specialist, but you know a little bit about it. You're no expert. Don't get me wrong. You're not a parapsychologist. That's a whole field entirely. So you're vaguely familiar with it because it's something you would have ran into in passing at most.
Okay.
The motifs seem familiar, is all. At least from my own experience.
So this ocean that I saw that can't have been the ocean of consciousness. Yeah. Oh,
Well.
the player knows everything that he's talking about. But
Yeah. I'm
the
just
cat
reposting
that I'm
that.
playing. Thank you.
Yeah.
The ocean that I saw, I felt, I don't know, it just felt they were moving towards it, and I knew from the bottom of my being that I needed to get them out of it.
Right. Well, I'll ask a couple questions, see if we can narrow down a little bit more what this experience might have been with my own knowledge. Let's get started, shall we? And I'll make this roll here. Insight, medicine, difficulty 1. Gotta get a hit here in order for that assist to work. So,
Could I? Oh yeah, you do have to get a hit, right? So go ahead and get your hit before I ask.
GM, take 1 threat for an extra die.
Certainly.
Actually, is there any way I can lower this diff 0?
Traits?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at my traits for right now. I'm like,
You're a good climber.
Yeah. Would you take Calm in the Storm, GM?
Not at the moment, no.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, I'm rolling 3. I have a total of an 11 here, so. Hey!
You rolled great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're only 1 away from 3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna. If I could assist? How would I assist? It would be me describing
Presence, science.
Okay. Since this is a tale of me surviving, could I try survival as a focus?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. Hey, there you go. There's another
so
one for you.
2
Right,
momentum
we generate
generated.
2.
Ocean of Consciousness is more vague. It's more abstract because it's below space-time. So it's purely consciousness and thought, as opposed to matter, things you can touch, things you can move, time, the feeling of time passing. Those are space-time events. But you don't, with everything frozen the way it is, it feels like you're elsewhere because things aren't moving and physics aren't working the way they're supposed to. So it's somewhere above the ocean of consciousness, but below the space-time layer.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Cool.
And with that realization, the medbay fades around you.
Oh.
And you're somewhere else quite different.
Woohoo! We've gotten out of the pan and into the fire!
Yeah, good job, Frolic.
New scene.
Just gotta wait to get out of the fire and onto the plate.
Ensign Ven.
Yay.
You wake up on a medbay bed.
Oh. And I assume the last thing I remember was we were still crashing into the planet. We like just crashed, hadn't we?
That sounds about right, yeah. I will note it's very quiet in here. And your fellow patrons aren't moving.
Ven sits up, looks around. Or am I pressure field in place?
No pressure field.
Okay. Ven sits up. Do I feel okay?
Yeah. You have a slight headache, but it's kind of fading off. It may be just sleepiness. Like you slept for a very long while.
Ven just sort of pops off the bed.
Hup.
He goes over to the bed next to him. Looks at the person in it. That they're not moving at all.
At all.
Ven reaches out to touch them.
You feel warmth.
Am I feeling any emotions from anyone in my vicinity?
No.
That's odd.
You feel confusion, inquisitiveness. You feel a calm. You feel a sense of puzzle. But it's all very distant. It's not here. It's somewhere else.
Oh. Do I see anything in this med bay that would indicate what ship I'm on?
Insight con difficulty of 1.
Okay. I'm just
Sorry,
gonna
reason.
roll that.
I'm wrong. Reason con. I'm bad.
Okay. I'm just gonna roll that as is. Hey, and I generated a momentum. I rolled 2 12s. Just under my number.
It takes a bit of look around, but some things are usually marked with the name of the ship you're on, specifically for this kind of reason, for a Starfleet officer to very quickly get their bearings. And you recognize that you are aboard a ship with the designation NCC 9112. You take a quick think of what ship is that. You're like, oh, you know what that number is. That's for the Wildfire. You've been on it for a month, for several weeks, for a couple weeks rather. You're on the Wildfire.
Right. Okay. Ven's gonna tap his comm badge. Ensign Ven to bridge.
You slap your comm badge and it makes no noise.
Ensign Ven to bridge. Great. Ven walks over to the door. I assume the door doesn't open.
You're correct.
Then does that thing that happens in the Star Trek bloopers where the door doesn't open and he walks into it.
Oh, he walked into it with the confidence that was going to open.
Yes. The thing that oh.
You walk right through the door.
What? Huh? And Ven goes back and he puts his hand against the door.
Your hand rests against the door.
Okay. He looks in. I assume, is this open?
Yeah, it would be. That's the CMO's office.
Walks in.
They seem to be leaned over. They seem to be resting their head in one hand and steadying their computer. But they're completely still.
Ven waves his hand in front of his eyes. I assume nothing.
Nothing. Yep.
Okay. This is weird. Okay. went through that door, but it didn't open. Okay, about this door here. And he's gonna try and walk through that door.
Whoop.
Okay, that's. I think. Okay, something weird's happening. If that door didn't open, but it let me through it. Huh. Okay. I think I can work with that. Do I have a general feeling where those quizzical minds were? Because so far that's my only lead on anything.
Yeah, you have a rough idea. I mean, it's like following a noise in an empty room. There's nothing really to distract you. This is
Yeah.
the easiest empath tracking you've ever done in your life.
Yep. Yep. Is it on my deck or?
It's a bit of distance away.
But
Not
it's
terribly
on my
far.
deck?
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay. Well, guess I'm going there. Just walking through doors.
And the world around you fades, and you become elsewhere.
Whoa. Okay.
Meanwhile, Captain Pend.
Yes.
You had just relayed the orders to beam up. You and Ace were able to beaming up of the crew. You get confirmation that they have been beamed up from the underground passage. And then, prompt as a clock, Aza just suddenly slumps to the floor.
God, there's no end of fucking fires in this system.
Wildfire. What do you expect?
I'll head over to Aza. Can I medically assess Aza or EMH to the bridge?
Hey, hold on. Where's the medical thing? What is the nature of the medical emergency?
I have a slumped person all of a sudden.
Have they tried standing up? And he walks over and begins scanning her. Humor, you know. I've been told I need to lighten the mood more often.
Well, I just hope she hasn't broken hers.
Gain 2 momentum. Topic strange. It would seem that she is in the midst of having a vision akin to a meditative trance, or I suppose in the patient's current, a orb experience of some kind. Otherwise stable, just unresponsive to outside stimuli beyond autonomic functions. Breathing and such.
Do we know she can be moved?
And she can be moved, yes.
I'll call over 2 random crewmen.
Captain.
To medbay.
Aye, sir.
Step aside for him to pick her up.
They pick her up carefully, and they begin to pick her up, and then the EMH says, "Crewman, you can deploy a stretcher just from one of the boxes. You don't have to carry her from her arms and legs." Oh, right. And we kind of go over. They take out the little portable stretcher, flick it out, and slide her under it. Slide her over it rather, and then They carry her out.
There's probably just this moment of like just dead eye staring at the EMH together, just like Jesus Christ.
Any other emergencies you would like me to attend to? Stub toe, sleepiness, lack of coffee?
No, for now, focus on the med bay. If something goes catastrophically wrong again, I'll be sure to call you.
Very well. He pops out of existence.
So we confirm we've got the people back off the surface.
Yep.
Okay, we're meeting up with the Wildfire to recollect their captain and Lieutenant Ryloff off that station.
Bridge, this is Medbay. Dr. Saya speaking.
Go ahead.
We have a slight problem down here. I have 2 people frozen in the exam room too. We're trying to figure out exactly what's happened to them. No other patients are showing the signs, but I've been told in training that I should bring such weirdness and oddity to the captain's attention, was the official phrase.
And who would these 2 people be?
That would be Head Nurse Farouk and Commander Thralic.
I'll be down in a few minutes to assess.
We'll be waiting for you, Captain.
You'll just end the comms. Okay, Asala, you've got the bridge, stay in con, meet up with the Wildfire and provide them support in retrieving our personnel and technology, please.
Hi, Captain.
It doesn't have to be fantastic plans, just get them back.
I assume we're not getting into a shooting war with these people.
No, it'd be like throwing rocks at children. I can, but I kind of don't want to at the moment.
Understood, sir.
Yeah, Penn's just gonna... Yeah, at the moment. He's getting to the stage where he's like, I'm gonna have to at some stage. I'm actually gonna head down to the crystal room first, because that's where I told Thralic to go initially. I mean, yeah, all my senior staff is fucking either in a psionic thing or elsewhere. There's only so many fires I can put out.
You have to put out all of them. What are you talking about?
I'm trying.
Well, try harder.
Just walk into the burning door.
Hey, I was happy to have my command back this week. It's not helping.
Okay. Outside the room to the crystal. Step through.
I'll head on over. Is it reacting funnily, considering the excited psionic bullshit that's happening?
Imagine a Rubik's Cube that's twisting and turning, but there's no hands touching it. Now imagine that same cube is now a crystal that is twisting and turning in various dimensions. I'll note that crystals don't bloody well do that.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Because usually things shatter when you do that to a crystal. And with an energized crystal like this used for directing energy blasts, they tend to explode, or at least shatter rather catastrophically.
Well, obviously I'm not psionic, but I have a connection to the crystal. I'll reach out and... I need a small fraction to take with me. Would you please lend me some? I'm just seeing if it'll just a small piece will come off without me having voluntarily.
For 2 momentum, something good could happen.
Sure. Something good happening would be very nice, please.
You feel your hip, something hanging off your hip feel a little heavier. Takes your brain a half second to kind of click on that because you're kind of focusing on the crystal. And you kind of look down and it's on your phaser hip, where your type 2 is, because you don't use the old pistol anymore, except your old pistol's there, which weighs a tiny bit more than a type 2 does.
Wait, I have the particle magnum?
Yep.
Well, that's just a horrific idea. Thank you for the old gift. Hopefully, if I can reach out to those who are having an issue, we can pull them back to here with your assistance. Try not to solve yourself too quickly, or we might have some problems. As he starts to leave.
Insight. Jeez. Insight.
You didn't think I was going to be doing this tonight?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm hemming and hawing over here.
Command?
Insight, medicine, or science, difficulty 5. You might notice something odd.
Oh, Jesus.
There is a succeed a cost if you fall short. You'll get something.
Oh,
as long as you get an A hit or 2.
I'm definitely going to
did 5 to get a full answer.
Yeah. Would you like to run through my traits instead of me just rattling them off?
No. Not a 1.
Oh, fuck
Carly's
you
gonna
then.
do homework. Your left leg cybernetic totally no. Eldritch Punter applies. Diff goes down by 1.
Why did you call on that one? You ticket. I'm going to pick medicine because it's an actual number instead of 1. Focus in mental prowess.
Yep.
Directive 3. I'm reconnoitering this entire area for possible threats, and this is helping me do so.
Yep.
Okay, that's a determination spent. And because I'm a betty little bitch, I'll roll 2 challenge dice. You get 1.
I'll take my 1.
I forgot I should have rolled more. I'll give you 1 more threat and I'll spend the 2 momentum.
Okay.
Yeah, it's too late after that roll. Yay, got a momentum.
You feel like you're talking, when you're talking to it, you feel like you were talking to yourself.
Oh.
Like you're not talking to that crystal entity that you're familiar with, or that essence. But it does feel like you are hearing yourself talk to yourself. You're hearing yourself talk at someone, and you hear someone talking to you. That is, well, you. You're talking to yourself.
Yeah, Penn's always had a weird relationship with this crystal and himself. It's nothing new.
But yeah.
Yeah. For now, I'll keep it contained. If it comes to it later on, I may just open it up and see what happens. But for now, I'll head down to the med bay. And I need to try and remember what that goddamn Magnum had.
Boop.
Do I need to add it to my sheet?
Oh, you should. It's probably not a bad idea if you can find the stats for it again.
I have no fucking clue.
New scene. There it is. Right off.
Yes.
Last we left off with you, you had captain of the wildfire had effected an escape away from that baron's, that lord's chamber into the crawl spaces and hallways of space station. And you notice, as you're running along, you're moving pretty quickly, and then you hear a thud behind you, and then you kind of turn and you see that the Captain Tavera has collapsed to the ground.
And it was just like one thud, not a thunk and then a thud because they hit their head on something, was it?
No.
Yeah.
Stormtrooper logic. Dunk.
Okay, well. Damn. That's as best I can check on her. I'm not a doctor.
Insight medicine difficulty 2.
Insight medicine. I am paranoid. If that hurts or helps. More often than not hurt.
It hurts you here. Increases the difficulty by 1.
Okay. So that focus won't work. Survival?
I'd take that, yeah. Working with minimal resources sort of idea.
Very much the Well, there's also the are they actually in any condition that I should keep taking them with me? It's also part of that. On that note, I have the trait of survivor.
I will take that. So diff goes back down to 2.
Yay. Oh, let's see. What do you have for threat?
30.
A nice amount. Go. Nope. There. No. Well. No. No. Okay. Yeah, okay, I don't want to give you more threat. So, value of you can't sit around and wait for help.
You could do that, yeah.
I did. Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll just hit it like that. Fuck. Well, we made 3 momentum. Go away. I'll just... Wow. I'm not a doctor, but damn, I should be.
You look. You don't see any burns or bullet marks. But eventually, you start looking over. Like Tavera seems unconscious. There's a pulse. So it's like, well, okay, what the heck knocked her out? You kind of check the eyes, see if they're flittering around in a weird, like, psychic thing. That's not happening. Like, okay. Start patting her down as best you can to try to figure out where the wound is, or is there anything wrong or abnormal for Vulcan. And you find on her, on the arm she used to grab the guy with her vocal nith pinch, just tucked into her elbow, seems to be a tiny little dart or needle. And the chamber is empty.
So she's just knocked out, essentially. Little stun juice.
Like when he tried to break her grasp, it's like, oh, I'll just slap the arm of this person. It's like, this is a Vulcan, not a human. They have way better grip strength than you think. Chunk. Oh no.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll just pocket that, because there's something left in it in terms of for examination purposes, not me using it.
Yeah. There's probably trace amounts, you presume. Yeah.
Because they've never met a Vulcanoid, so whatever that did to her might have actually been a different effect than what it would have on them. Or a stronger or a weaker one. We'll find out. That's what having a sample's for.
It's true.
Alright, well, how big of an area am I in? Like, we're running.
You seem to be in a very narrow corridor. It seems to sort of be some sort of maintenance corridor or an escape corridor.
Okay. Well, damn. For now, I'm going to have to carry her, and if it's that narrow, it's going to have to be like the sling arms over shoulder and then lift that way, because that's I can't. What's the other? I can't fireman carry her if it's narrow. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, you have to kind of do the potato sack carry because it's narrow.
Yeah.
Fitness, security, difficulty of 2. To see if you get slowed down considerably by, or have a complication, a standing complication of being having an ungainly, not ungainly, but to be encumbered. I guess the phrase I'm looking for.
Yeah.
The word I'm looking for.
I can't see a way paranoid will hurt or help me here unless you can. Survivor, though?
I'll take that. Diff 1, yeah. Both the forte and the trait.
Yay.
Hey, we got our first one.
What?
Forte.
Focus, damn it.
I was like, is there a word he's not supposed to say already?
No.
God,
that's
this
for
would be a great one
Saturdays.
for someone to make him unable to say the word ocean.
The thing of the body of water of consciousness. That's not the proper name of an NPC. What's it really called? Never you mind.
the stream of caution. No, wait, that's something else.
The salted water body.
The sea of consciousness. Ha.
I'll give you a threat.
You would.
I have to. Yeah, I mean, I don't have to. It's incredibly helpful for re-rolling purposes, though. We'll make another momentum on that.
So you're able to kind of find a way to carry Tavara comfortably. Well, as comfortably as one can, but kind of using the walls to kind of help you a little bit and settling the weight appropriately. It's not ideal, but hey, you can easily like lay her down quickly, or if you need to, or set her down quickly if you needed to.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of going through the mental checklist of what you're supposed to do when you're carrying people, that sort of thing. Plus, you're a fairly fit person, so like 10 fitness is pretty high. So you're not exactly this isn't exactly straining your muscles or anything.
Also run in, so hey.
Yeah.
Okay, have there been any like side accesses to this tunnel while we've been going down it so far, or has it just been a tunnel?
You notice there's at least 4 ways to get to leave this corridor.
Okay. We'll go to top right corner one, I guess, top right side, if that's in loose terms, you know what I'm meaning. And we'll scan through that just to try and get a track of what, if anything's on the other side, mainly people. But
Top right, so
well, I'm assuming it's like a corridor. We've seen 4 places, so I'm just gonna right the.
So you're gonna look off like this way?
Yeah.
You poke your head through a bit. It looks to be some sort of quarters. Like living quarters for garrison troops and stuff like that.
Okay, is there kit? I don't know what these guys wear, but is what they would wear as a uniform in there.
For momentum, there can be.
Yes.
An opportunity. Yep. Yeah, there's some clothes here.
Does that happen to include a headgear of some variety? That might help with ears.
A helmet.
A helmet. Even just a peaked hat, honestly, would work. That can.
Yeah, there would be. They wouldn't have their shooting helmets on, the security helmets, but they would have like a service like dress hat.
Yeah.
It's basically like a cap with a bill.
Yeah, and you can just tuck the tops of the ears into that, and if anyone looks closely, then you're screwed, but if they're looking that closely, it's probably a problem anyway. So, great. We'll just grab those, put those on. We can just shrug those on over the top of these little Starfleet onesies, so...
You take a bit of time getting it all on. It does take a bit of finagling to get it all like comfortable, because you're kind of. But thankfully, their clothes are meant to be a lot looser than your Starfleet uniforms. Starfleet uniforms are really snug, or so. Partially to do this is one of the side effects of it is like, well, you can put other stuff over it rather easily. Sometimes you need to dress up or disguise yourself, as the case may require.
One thing you can't do with a Romulan uniform, I'll tell you what.
So you're now wearing their uniform. A crimson uniform with gold decoration. There is a belt that has a sword. There is a saber spot, like where you would put your sword, but there's no sword in it because likely the people who are in here have their sword with them. And there is a belt loop area on the opposite hip for a pistol, which the pistol's not here because they probably have it with them. This is probably one of their spare uniforms they have.
Yeah, well,
But
it'll
you've seen it
stop-
enough. You know it's not one of their fancy dress uniforms. It's their service. It's
Yeah,
probably one of their service uniforms.
and sometimes people just like they're off duty, they don't have their kid, whatever.
Yeah.
They're drunk. Actually, that's a good excuse for why she's like this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not leave through that same barracks though, so we'll go and try one of the other doors.
Which way do
The
you go?
opposite one to this, I would suppose.
This way?
Yeah.
You open it up and you find what appears to be one of their elevators. And you can see there is a cleaning. There seems to be some sort of automata sweeping the floor inside, like it's being serviced. Likely, you can see like they have a little sign to keep people from walking in. They don't see you because you're looking through like a pop up a door, look down, and you can see it.
Okay. Service elevator, and we're not in it right yet.
No, you're looking into it. Yeah.
From the way you would enter the elevator, or we're looking at it from like a little side hatch, or
You're looking like you're in the elevator shaft, and you're looking through a. You open up a hatch to look down at it. Because it's not like the turbulence where it's covered at the top. It's like it's more of a platform that moves around.
I catch you, and it's being cleaned right now, or serviced.
Yeah, there's some sort of automata cleaning it. You can even see one of its hands kind of cricks at a very unnatural angle, except it's a robot, so who cares? But it takes takes out a little cannon, and it doesn't shoot you. It just starts spraying the floor, and then begins mopping the floor.
Okay. Does it look like it's got a decent amount of time left if Rylo was to make a guess at cleaning, which is not something he's it's like he's like, before I put my life on the line here, I need to make a reasonable attempt at guessing first.
Insight, con, or command difficulty too? How long does it take to clean a lift, really?
Now, the reason is because if it moves while he does the next part, he might die, and so might she. So
time to turn on the lift, woof, and I fall forever. Well, I always wanted a new character.
Well, I mean, if it goes up, it just kind of pancakes them instead. That's So you see why it's important to know.
Oh, I do. The others are making fun of you, but I'm not. I'm taking this.
Yeah. Okay. I believe you entirely. Wary. On the hazard aspect.
Yeah.
I can remove that stress. I had 3 stress. I don't have that anymore.
No. Yeah, that'd be gone by now.
Okay. And was the station artificial gravity, or was it a habitation ring gravity?
Artificial gravity. They did figure that out.
Okay.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, insight. Gone. I'm paranoid still.
Complication increase.
Yep. No, not survival at all. Investigative techniques focus.
Ha! Ha! Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay. And I've made that momentum. I'll spend 3 of it. Holy shit! Wow! That is terrible. Okay. I can re-roll one of those. With Wary. Running out of time at Beta Lencal, which has investigation.
Yeah.
Also has paranoia. Yeah, so I'm spending that.
Okay.
And I can still do. I'll probably still under the can't sit around and wait for help, because
yeah, you're trying to affect your own escape.
Trying to affect my own not being captured at the moment.
Yeah.
We're in his escape tunnel. Like,
Mhm.
I need to find a creative
Yeah.
way out of his escape tunnel that would be less than expected. So let's try that. There we go. Far better. I don't keep it again. Tragic.
You'd say it has another 15 minutes to go before it's done with its cleaning.
Okay, and that should be about enough time to climb up a floor or two, right? Is
One
it
hopes.
cable lift or how is it?
It's a
presumably,
cable.
yeah.
It's like a cable lift sort of thing. Yeah.
Yep. Because I mean, there doesn't happen to also be like an access panel anywhere around here, right?
For what?
Well, preferably gravity control.
No, it wouldn't be something.
Yeah,
like
I didn't
that.
think so. I was like, that's going to be somewhere not here. You don't just have those lying around.
No.
Okay. Time to climb up. We'll climb up a floor, find out how long that takes, and see if we can reasonably try a second.
You begin your ascent. End scene.
Fucking Vulcans.
I can't let you two go anywhere nice, can I?
Oh no! What the
Alright
frick?
then.
What? What?
Welcome
Wait a
to
second.
whatever the hell this is.
Oh, hey, look, Dragonborn runes.
Arthur, that's your cue now.
Unfortunately, these characters don't have the thumb.
What are we doing here? Well, I guess.
I panicked, okay? I didn't have it queued up.
Ensign Ven, Commander Throlik, Senior Chief Petty Officer Varuk, you find yourself standing before two massive gates carved from ice. And you're seen to be standing on a plateau. It's stretching out across this expanse, this frontier. You see these circles of runes stretching out across and fluttering and moving and flowing like an ocean with waves. And in the distance, you can see a glowing light, a brilliant light shining off in the middle of this expanse away from you. When you look over, you see distant stars against a red haze. You see the faintest blue in blackish space with stars this way and that. And far, far away, you can see faint, flickering lights of something orange, you think? More stars in red haze. And in this far corner, you see the faintest hint of a sun. A dawn that never comes.
What corner?
The far lower left, this way.
Okay.
That's why there's any light at all. And
Okay,
above
Commander.
you, you see a twinkling of many, many stars. Except they all seem muted, as if seen through a veil.
Commander.
It is very windy. It is intensely cold.
Ensign.
So
Yeah.
cold, in fact.
Oh, no.
You each take one stress.
Okay. Seems rude, but I'll take it.
It's very rude, making an Andorian suffer from the cold.
Where are we? What
Your
are
guess is as
you
good as mine right now, Ensign.
doing here? Do I know Varuk as a member of the crew?
Actually, no, we wouldn't have been introduced.
It's just some random Cation in medical
Yeah.
in teal.
So yeah, actually, I think
And,
as XO, I would know that. So
Yeah.
I'll say
and
Ensign Ven, Nurse Farouk, Ensign Ven, newly assigned head nurse of the Achilles, our science officer.
Uh-huh. Okay, so I want to ask you two one really just basic question to start off. Is this normal for you guys, or are we sort of hitting par, or what is this? I guess
I mean, you know what? About 3 weeks ago, I'd have said, yeah, this is completely insane, but no, I accidentally rewrote reality, so this is par for the course at this point. I don't know what this is though.
I'm afraid I
GM,
have very little idea as well.
Sorry. GM, what I have been read into, and that's actually a really good question that you could answer for me, GM. Am I part of their reality or this reality?
This one.
Okay.
You were part of the new line that transferred on to the Achilles when it was cleared for service.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ven is in a weird wibbly wobbly place where he's kinda neither.
Oh. Right.
Ven is his own reality.
Good to know.
Yeah, because Ven's the one that got to make the wish.
Ven's quantum signature it matches the one you're from. So he's physics-wise, he's from your reality, but he has memories of a reality that, as far as you know, never existed, except by what the Achilles reported. And actually a couple other ships, the Achilles, the Gungnir, both have similar strange experiences with this other reality.
Okay. Well, Varuk, Varuk will, he he understands that he is in an element that is so far outside of probably what he had, even like Starfleet I'm not even an officer. Starfleet people see stuff like that's weird all the time.
Yeah.
This is a little out there, I think.
It's a bit out there, yeah.
So I will I'll take out my tricorder and see what readings I can get.
As shall Ven.
Reason science difficulty of 0.
Oh, that's reassuring.
Yeah. All right.
You can assist each other, though.
Astrophysics focus.
Certainly.
Yeah, I will assist the good science officer.
I will spend a momentum for a third die.
I'm just gonna go ahead and just put no on the focus thing.
Okay, that is 5 hits.
Composure as a focus.
Yeah, especially as the assister, you're trying to keep your head straight and confirm what Ven's seeing. So you're making sure his tricorder isn't just seeing weird things.
Another, I guess, a float.
Yeah, it's a float. And I have a free question because science officer with a tricorder.
Well, let's hear what the
And-
answer is first, I suppose.
So
Yeah.
scans indicate that the three of you are in fact here with life signs. You're breathing, you're giving off heat and losing it quite rapidly because it is arctically cold here. Like cold even by Andorian standards. It is incredibly cold. Like even Andorian throw on a coat when they go above
Mhm.
ground. Like eventually there's just so much cold they can withstand. But the ice, there is ice. This seems to be some sort of like Arctic Ocean type environment. So you're very it's wherever it is incredibly cold. But behind you, the gate seems to be there's something that seems to scan as best as you could gather like resin. But there's ice that has grown over the gate, so it hides the resin gate kind of in its own way. And the resin kind of has this sort of however, the resin seems especially far too hard and to be just any old resin. Most resins have a certain breaking point, but this thing seems to be on the level of duratanium or tougher, so some sort of xeno resin of some variety. And however, it does seem to be it defies other examination beyond that. It's almost like your sensor pings. Like you do give off a slight active ping when you scan for things to get to kind of reverberate back. But it's almost like it scans, you get some resin, and then it just keeps going and keeps going. And it's like you tried to scan the sky. Like eventually you scan the sky, not in range. Eventually is what it tells you. But it's like you saw something, it keeps scanning further. It says and then it says you're scanning outside. There's whatever you're scanning for is beyond its range. So it's like the gate just goes on forever. The water is incredibly cold. There does seem to be some sort of electromagnetic reaction in the runes across the ocean. So those are actually there with some sort of energy to them.
Okay.
And above you, the tricorder also iterates to you that you are looking at stars. Like it doesn't know precisely what those are, but it can tell you that those are stars above you. Although it doesn't really know what's masking. It lists it as an environmental, which is you could say clouds or whatever, and that's an environment. But it doesn't know what kind of environmental anomaly it is. It's like clouds, but it's not.
Okay.
And you can
do this first.
I have a question, but ask yours first, then.
Well, first off, I generate an additional bonus momentum for untapped potential.
I didn't know you could have that if you had it. Oh, never mind.
So, free question. Because science officer scanning with a tricorder. And you can tell me if I'd have to make a full roll for this. Am I returning anything back on these runes, at least in terms of like what language it is? Even if I can't get a translation immediately, like is it recognizing it as something that's in our database, or
yep,
no?
it does.
Okay.
Ancient Beta Z.
Oh, what?
Specifically a particular subculture group from like thousands and thousands of years ago, before you even began to go into the stars.
Huh.
Huh.
Triple.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what Veg says, like, huh.
I have a question, if I could ask it. What elevation are we at?
Yeah, that's a good question. What elevation are we at?
That's the culture group, by the way. Just wanted to get that out before I forgot it. What elevation are you at?
I almost read that as Supreme Republic of Van.
Then, yeah, I did too. Yeah.
Because I misread the Y as a V.
Actually, what do you think your name's derived from? It's a very lucky name.
Oh,
but
shit.
But I will hand that momentum back to you because you don't have a reference point. Elevation requires a secondary reference point from where you currently. Your best guess would be sea level because there's the sea, but you could be underground, you could be above ground. You don't have a secondary reference point. But one could presume you're at sea level, but that presumption is an inference at best.
Yeah.
Okay.
Medical clarification question. How long can we last with the exposure of this cold?
Once this action completes, every task roll you do, you're going to suffer all of you are going to suffer 3 challenge dice worth of stress. So it'll vary.
Now,
Thralic will be a lot more resistant to it. Even if I happen to do 5 because they're Endorian, it'll be intensely uncomfortable, but they won't pass out. But eventually their body will succumb if they're exposed to this cold for this long. Yes.
Does anyone have a phaser?
We all should, right?
Presumably.
Ven and Varuk would have at best a type 1 on them because that'd be standard issue. Thralic could reasonably have a type 2 on her person.
All right. Then we could heat up something.
Varuk will concur. Yeah. Ensign, I think we all need to focus on getting a shelter built right away. Or hang on. I hit the badge on my chest.
It chirps.
Varuk to the Achilles.
You hear something, but it's intensely muffled.
God, I'm not an engineer. I'd pull off my comm badge.
Let me take a look.
Okay, I hand you my comm badge.
Okay. Hold on. One last thing before I move on to that, because I still have a float. Can I determine what kind of energy these rings are? Because you said it was like some kind of electromagnetic, but that was kind of vague.
I have to hand it back to you. It's well, no,
It's more complicated than that.
I can take that from you.
Okay.
It aligns with psychokinetic energy. So some species can cause, through the ocean of consciousness, can cause effects on space-time and cause heat to occur, or cold, what have you. So it's that sort of energy. It's a psychokinetic or a psychothermal energy.
Mitchell.
Yeah, it's in that realm. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, that task roll's done now? You're done asking questions about the scan? Okay. 1 moment.
Oh, no, that question.
2 stress to each of you.
Mm-hmm. How, GM, what are we standing on right now?
A plateau made of ice, or maybe that resin stuff covered in ice. Actually, no, it's ice. It's ice under your feet.
I was gonna say the tricorder wouldn't have told us that.
Yeah, I just thought that. I was like, oh wait, the tricorder can tell you that. Yeah, it's standing on a upper plateau.
And is there any more solid object around here that doesn't seem important?
For momentum, I can answer that.
I'll give that.
Yeah, you see there's some debris that's washed up on the beach, some rocks and metal.
All right. I would like to collect a suitable mass of it and then heat it up with my phaser so that we are suffering less effects from the cold.
Yeah, I will assist.
Control Con difficulty 2 to set up a makeshift warmth.
All right.
The first character that I played that has a con score above 1. It's a 2. Survival as a focus.
Yep.
Trait of extraordinary climber here. Learning how to brave the elements and make do here. Cool.
Yep. I can take that.
So that reduces by 1.
Look at me, I have traits.
You have trait.
I have
Education
patient
trait.
and enlisted.
Oh boy.
Hey, that's one more trait than a lot of people have, you know?
I just realized this is gonna give me.
I will give, or I'll spend 1 point of momentum here. Roll 3 with a focus in. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Because I'm being assisted here, team dynamics.
Yeah. That you're trying to, they can help you like gather stuff, find stuff that will, and not just melt.
Yeah, I don't want to vaporize or melt something. I want something that has thermal capacity.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my god. Okay, well, let's see how I can screw this up. Oh my god!
No!
Did the diff go down?
Yes.
So we
diff
gained
1.
7.
Diff 1.
We moved the rocks, Thralic. Good job.
I'm willing to eat 2 of it to say that you were able to construct a thing that you don't have to tend to anymore. Like you set off a certain you heat up certain things that'll kind of maintain the heat for you, and then heat up the surrounding stuff. So you kind of have an ongoing heat sink that you can kind of huddle around. So in future scenes, it'll just be there. As for the rest of it, you'll figure that out.
maybe spend 2 so that we can set up a rudimentary shelter as well.
Yeah,
that is reasonable. Yeah.
I was thinking like we put the heat sources, the rocks with the pew-pews on them, and put them against sort of like a thick like ice sort of shelf, and then we construct like a thing that'll trap all the heat, and then we can sit against that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we have rudimentary shelter here.
Could I, with some momentum, find how many float do we have left? 1. Or is it?
Looks like, yeah.
Okay. I was thinking thick clothing, if we could just find some. But no.
Not with this, no.
Okay.
Why don't you reword it to, could we mentally project thicker clothing?
Yeah. No, I won't. Well, I want to use that. I create another advantage. I can't think of.
Maybe ask a question with it.
Do we, in our moving the rocks, do we interact with the water in any way?
A little bit, yeah. You would have.
Is it normal water? Do we get any effects from it?
I can grab that from you. It does feel. It does feel like water. It feels like ice water. But there's a latency in feeling it. So, you touch the water, you can see it dripping off your hand. You can see that you disturb some of the ice around it, but there's like a 15, 30-second delay of feeling cold or wet.
Oh, interesting. So presumably you could submerge yourself in this water, get out, be dripping wet, and not feel it for another half a minute?
Yeah.
Weird. I found out recently that humans don't actually have a sense of wet. We can't. If we touch something and it's wet, we know it's wet via other senses, not sensing whether something is wet directly.
Yeah.
via texture and
I hate
temperature. I wonder if
texture
any
bonus.
of these. I wonder if any of these people have the ability to sense wet.
Yeah, I have a wet sense. It's my sixth sense. Is that
Yeah.
it fires.
That's the true sixth
Wet.
sense.
Because like it's a
Wet.
thing that some
Moist.
species
I
on
hate
Earth
it.
have. Anyway,
That's
In
the
actuality,
that's
that
humans
the
don't
becomes
sense.
complete. This is not at all relevant. Anyway.
That's
In
the true
actuality,
sixth
humans don't just detect
sense.
wet. We just detect cold.
Moist.
And
I hate
moist.
it.
we just detect
Moist. I hate it.
cold and textury.
Yep.
So you
After
have shelter
Varrook-
and you
yeah.
have fire.
After Brooke puts the last
heat.
stone sort of in place, I will look at Ven and be like, Ven, how's that? Sorry, Ensign. How is that communication going?
Let's see. How is that communication going? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use the. I'm trying to effectively run a diagnostic on the communicator using the environmental data I have. Trying to eliminate possible environmental impacts on it.
I can save you that roll. I won't make a roll for that. It does not seem that the intense cold has affected it quite yet, and nothing in the atmosphere should be interfering with. Like the function of the comm badge is working the way it's supposed to work. Like you even do a quick diagnostic of like Thralic, me, and it does talk to your comm badges just fine. Like your comm badges can talk to each other. So whatever you're talking out to.
So as long as. Okay.
Yeah. It's almost like the signal's too weak. Like you're calling something that's very far away. Which is incredibly far, consider that comm badges can talk to something in high orbit of a planet and be clear as a bell. In theory, they can do it within the same solar system and star system, but it's a little hard.
Okay.
Comm badges are meant for limited range. They're meant for away team communications, not interstellar communications.
Okay.
I look at Ensign Ven. Could something be in the way of our communication?
Well, I wonder. I'm trying to think of something that could cause this effect. These weird psychokinetic lines that are all around us. They seem to be in very specific geometric shapes. I wonder if it's creating some kind of dampening field that it might not be its primary purpose, but given the nature of these curves, it could be creating a resonance effect that's interfering with communication signals. Is that possible?
That's possible.
Do you have a way you could boost the signal with the equipment we have available, Ensign?
I throw Ensign Ven my phaser.
Dunk.
Let me think.
Thought occurs to. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a couple theories I want to test first. What was the initial description you gave me of these weird circular lines again? With all these runes, what was the initial descriptor you gave me of them?
They're all kind of like stretching across the ocean, like they're like they're part of that top layer of the ocean, and they kind of flow and warble with the movement of the waves.
Right, but you said that they were like electromagnetic. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Yeah, that's my. I have a really funky idea. These are psychokinetic. I'm a telepath. Could it be possible? An empath. If these things are effectively electromagnetic in nature, I wonder if I could tune the communicator to the electromagnetic wavelength of these runes and turn these runes into a larger antenna for my communicator.
Control engineering, difficulty 3.
There we go.
Again,
Testing a theory into practice.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
As Ven sort of starts doing this, I something in Varuk's medical mind sort of brings up, and it's the saying that I've been trying to think of for the last 10 minutes. It's when you hear hooves, you think horses, not zebras, right?
Right.
I look at Ven and I say, get rid of for a second, look at these rings and just ignore them for one moment. If I'm wrong, then we can absolutely go with your theory. But what are other reasons why communicators would fail? Just like humor me.
Well, it's not that they failed; they're working, but we're encountering some kind of a distortion.
And as you debate, the scene ends, and we go elsewhere.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No. God damn it.
Why did you?
I'm so sorry.
Lieutenant Arlen, you're aboard the Wildfire currently, as it is rescue Achilles. It had retreated away from that weird space station. And the crew's doing their thing. There's something going on in med bay and so on, but you notice something odd on the engineering section, the auxiliary you're using. There's something on subspace. It just blips there for a second. And then it goes away.
Okay, I watch for a few seconds as I pull up the recording of the blip.
Give me reason plus engineering 3, and I'll roll for the Wildfire's ship assist.
Technical insight or Starfleet protocols?
Technical insight.
Okay.
Maybe it's a fault in the communication grid. You did crash into an ocean after all.
Yeah. Fast thinker.
Won't help here.
Lateral thinker. I can think of many different ways that could cause
Difficulty goes down to 2. Yep.
All right. Take one single threat.
Make me.
Oh,
Actually,
and reckless.
Won't help or hurt here.
All right.
We're rolling very well tonight.
It would seem to be a comm badge signal from something about, you'd say, about a whole star system over. It's incredibly weak. That's why the ship barely didn't even recognize what it was. The only reason you saw it is because you were watching the computer would recognize it as a subspace, a minor subspace anomaly, which there's all kinds of those in space. But your expertise and technical insight tells you, no, computer, I know what that is.
Okay, then. Can I get a vector on that?
For a momentum, sure.
One momentum.
It seems to be coreward of your current position. Outside the firmament, outside the star system.
Okay.
But I will note, it doesn't have the same interference pattern. It's not coming through the probe that the Achilles dropped. It's coming straight through, as if you're in open space. But it's weak because of distance.
And
it's dead reckoning coreward, like as straight as you could get.
Dead Reckoning in core word, or does the signal drop off correlate to what I would expect from a combat signal from um a couple light years away?
I'll grab that momentum from you to confirm that for you. Yep, that is a
One
combat
momentum.
signal. Because if it was like an emergency buoy or a transmitter, it would have some weight to it. That's why it's so weak.
And so the signal drop off kind of correlates to what I would expect.
Yep.
Okay. So there's nothing else interfering with it or dampening it.
No. Well, actually, that's the thing that should be weird. There should be, because you're in the Shackleton, all communications are difficult. That's why you have like 3 different squadrons wandering around trying to establish subspace communicators or get lend-lease with local star systems.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like you're talking through open space to a comm badge light years away.
Can I identify? Is there any other information within the signal, such as metadata of who sent it, or is there an actual signal?
For momentum, I can answer that.
One momentum.
It correlates with an Achilles badge. Who specifically, you're not sure, but you recognize that that's the Achilles. It has like the NCC registry mark that Starfleet would kind of know.
Yeah, that makes
And
sense.
so if someone steals your comm badge to go, aha, it's like, no, we know that's ours.
No, totally makes sense. Who's the officer on deck?
The XO of the Wildfire is on deck. I believe you have his name. I keep forgetting it because I think you have a favor with the dude.
Yeah. No, I had a favor with the captain of the Wildfire, not the XO.
Oh, the XO. Yeah, it's a
Okay.
lieutenant commander. I forget his name at the moment. The rest down
Lieutenant
on their tokens.
or sorry, commander. There would be proper prefix.
Yes,
Commander,
lieutenant.
I'm picking up a weak combat signal from someone from the Achilles. Is there approximately one system over from us? I was picking up a ping.
Are you sure that's not some sort of sensor shadow? I mean, we shouldn't be able to see past the solar system.
It's not sensor shadow. Oh, the fall off correlates with a signal. Oh, sent across that distance in open space, but not within the Shackleton.
Achilles hasn't sent anyone. Sure it's not the probe?
No, the probe's in the other direction.
Any message?
The signal is too degraded for our message. I want permission to raise them and see if I can and raise that signal.
Well, we're in no hurry. We're waiting for the Achilles anyway, and it's not like we're going to hide our position anymore. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Okay. Yeah, I want to follow on that signal. And since we're in communication, since we have a communication thing going on, I would like to redline the communication systems a little.
Oh, okay. The base roll is control engineering difficulty 5. Sorry, but red line's gonna be. We'll do that first because you can do that separate.
Let's redline into diff 2.
Okay, so difficulty. Is it just 2?
Yeah, it's just
correlates.
It's
1-to-1. Yeah,
it's 1-to-1. I just called the shot and I have to hit that shot, and then I get the 2 bonus momentum, but the difficulty also goes up. No, the complication goes up by 2. And if it complicates, the system blows up, and that's a whole different issue. All right. Limit pusher. I am pushing the limits of what the communication system can do.
Yeah, they'll bring the diff down by 1.
Okay. Reckless.
I'll bring up the comp by 1. This brings it up by 2, 3, 4. You're at max complication.
Max comp. Aye.
Well, I could go more, but I shouldn't.
Just then we'll have to like manually calculate.
Yeah.
EPS systems is a focus.
Yes, given their redlining out.
I think that's all my. All right. 1 single threat.
1 threat eye.
That's a problem. Determination. With luck and practice, there are no limits.
Yep, I'll take that. You're aiming for 2, weren't you?
Yep.
Yep. So you
But we
got
brought
it,
the diff
but you,
down by I won with limit pusher.
so you got 2 momentum out of it.
All right.
Oh, Commander. Sorry, Commander McLaren. Thank you. I knew
Can
someone had a favor
I-
with this dude.
Can I add 2? Can I spend 2 momentum to possibly add a reroll to the communication systems?
Sure.
I have like some backup fuses is in line. I mean, just in case. All right. Control engineering difficulty 5. Oh shoot! I wanted it a determination for this. Now let's see if there's another. Previously, I have spent a determination to redline on the sensors as we're going through the galactic barrier. I'm redlining communications to go through another barrier. Would that be a decent
It's in the
callback?
same ballpark. It's in the same ballpark. I'll give it.
Okay. All right. Focusing tinkering as I'm tweaking the communication systems.
Yeah.
All right. Then I'm going to use my Cochrane Medal of Excellence on tinkering and use my determination with luck and practice. There are no limits, and I have 2 new copies or 2 uses of determination with it. So let's do 1 for an automatic hit, save the other one for or a reroll afterwards or an advantage.
Okay, Dave.
Um. One citation of conspicuous gallantry. I'm gonna be rolling 5 challenge dice. You got 4 or threat.
Boop.
And all the traits. Limit pusher.
Yeah.
Fast thinker.
Doesn't help or hurt.
Lateral thinker.
Yep.
And reckless.
Comp increase.
All right. So we're looking at diff 3 after everything's said and done. I get 2 bonus momentum and from the ship systems. And increase my complication by 2.
Well, total of 3 because of reckless. So you're
Total
comp
3.
4.
Yep.
So diff was down to like what, 3 by that point?
It was down to 3.
Yep. So 3 momentum was generated.
Plus 2 more because the determination.
Yep.
And I have another determination for an advantage.
Then your combat beeps at you.
What?
Your combat beeps at you.
I didn't.
As you're arguing among yourselves, you're kind of as you're debating. Beeps at you.
Ven taps the comm badge. This is Ven.
Ven, this is Lieutenant Arlen and on the wildfire. Seems you've got yourself a little lost.
Anything to do with these four?
That's saying something.
Okay. I also have the determination in for an advantage. Let's create an advantage that this is a stable communication that is going to be in play for a while, or at least
Easily
like
done.
an extra scene.
Easily done.
Can I, now that I have an active signal, can I spend some momentum to get a better or lock on his position?
Yeah, you have a lock on their position. You are making a an interstellar communication, the whole star system over, and you know roughly where they are.
How's the bandwidth? Could I boost the bandwidth so that way we can share like sensor scans with each other?
For 2, I'll do that. Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. I'm just tweaking things in the background. Okay, hey, so I'm setting up a sensor link across star systems. You should be able to hook up your tricorder or to the comm badge, and we'll get an idea of where you're at.
All right. I have to warn you though, you're probably not gonna understand any of this. And Ven sends over his tricorder readings.
That sounds like someone else's problem.
Well, you get the readings. You see what he saw, or at least what his tricorder and Varuk's tricorders.
I send it to the view screen. That's someone else's problem.
A commander looks at you and goes, "What are you doing?" and then takes it off the view screen. What's going on, Lieutenant?
I have a communication lock with Ensign and Vin and unknown star system. I also have a sensor link set up with him and encrypted and locked communication channel.
Lieutenant, mute that for a second.
Mute.
Kind of walks over to you. Kind of puts a hand on your shoulder. Lieutenant, Ensign Ven's in the sick bay. He's fallen into a trance. So I don't know who you're talking to. That's a star system away, but it is not Ensign Ven.
Well, his comm badge is saying something.
Did you serve in the war, Lieutenant?
Yes.
You're familiar with electronic countermeasures, yes? Falsifying data and communications.
This isn't false.
So you're telling me there are 2 Ensign Vens, one in Medbay and one who is a star system away? Through which, according to your reading, seems to be through... You're sensing something that we cannot sense anything else. With a signal that is not interfered with by the Shackleton Expanse or the strange anomaly surrounding the star system. Am I understanding
if-
this correct, Lieutenant?
Well, it's an anomaly of sorts.
You could say that, yes. Just you continue interacting with them and find out who they are and what they want. For now, I have to save the ship's captain. And don't put something on the view screen without warning again, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Pats you on the shoulder and someone looks over and he just waves off. No, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I like how Alan
Alright,
is
so-
doing all this shit we wouldn't dare do on the Achilles.
He knows he can get away with it on the wildfire, to a degree.
All right. Open that comms. So, Ensign. We're having some cross signals going on here, so I'm going to have to ask you some questions.
All right.
Silence is
Uh,
deafening.
Who is the man with the sick
Lieutenant, are you
how-
there?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good question. How did your first ensign in test go?
My first ensign test? Well, I mean, assuming that it hasn't gone any differently in this timeline, I came unbelievably close to failing it. I made a couple of really boneheaded moves in that one, namely giving over command codes. Yeah, that one was a real boneheaded move.
And
I mean, yeah, I passed by the skin of my teeth. I think it came down to one vote. Captain Captain didn't vote for me. That was a kick.
I'll know Varuk and Thork, you can hear this. You're kind of huddled around a fire inside a shelter.
Look, I'm sorry. It is really cold where we are.
yeah, I can see that.
Oh, could they maybe do this when they get here, or is that
Lieutenant,
I'll
can you
also,
please clarify what the this is Thralic coming over this line, which is new, I think, information.
Yeah. Well, no, the scan because
Oh.
the scan caught that you two were actually there because they
Yeah,
were verifying that you were actually present.
Yep.
Okay.
You're a new
Lieutenant,
voice,
there is
though.
a proper procedure for determining if a signal is genuine or not. Have you gone through that at least?
I have, but there's conflicting data.
All right. Are you at liberty to discuss what the conflicting data is?
GM, can I take a wisdom check? Should I tell them?
What-
Um,
I mean, what would your character's ADHD say?
give me
Um,
insight command difficulty 1. I can say something, but you'll need to hit that.
Starfleet protocols.
Yes, 100%.
if we're switching systems? Let me know and I can grab my 5e book if you need me to.
You know what? You have fun with that.
Oh my god.
Woohoo!
We have momentum. Quash it. Wait. Okay.
Well, you are at liberty as long as you don't give anything tactically or strategically relevant to this possible new contact. You are allowed, presuming they are a starfaring species, which if they're talking over subspace, that's fairly okay. wouldn't go tell them the secrets of the galaxy or nothing, but you can tell them conflicting data, just not how you arrived at that data per se. Although I will warn you, as part of that complication, McLaren's warning does kind of ring a bell, and that you remember back during the Dominion War, you had to be very careful, especially with Maquis. You have to be super careful who you were talking to, because it is not impossible to fake metadata of a comm badge, or to fake a voice, or to fake signals. Like, your signal verification could be
It can
wrong.
be spoofed.
It
Yeah.
could be spoofed. So that's why you get the feeling you get. That's why McLaren's being a little cagey, because of that conflicting information. That's also you catch changelings. Same idea. Like that's what he's implying. He implied that this may be some sort of shapeshifter or some sort of other alien entity messing
That's
with
kind
you.
of what I was picking up too. Is so the complication is that paranoia creeping into me.
Yep.
We have the signal coming from several different and sources is on a couple different and channels. There could be some ghosting.
Varuk will just put his head in his paws and huddle closer to the fire.
Frolic looks like she's about to curse someone out. Probably she doesn't, but she looks like that.
Oh, don't worry, Ben. You can feel those emotions fairly clearly.
Yeah.
Can you tell me how you came to be found in your current location?
Varuk laughs.
I'm
cold.
afraid I really can't, Lieutenant, because none of us quite know.
That's encouraging. What's the last thing and you do remember? That lines
Sick
up
bay.
with our records. Ben?
Crashing onto a strange alternate version of Earth.
Okay, that happened a while ago, but and
Commander, it looks like we have the captain's signal. Well, where are they? I think they're moving around in an elevator shaft, I think. What's the Achilles doing? Well, they're trying to talk to them, but I'm not sure it's going to work. I'll try to find their signal. Maybe we can get lucky if the talks don't work. Come hell or high water, we're getting our captain back. I don't care what the Achilles says. This conversation's happening on the bridge because they're not listening to what's happening over at Arlen Station. He's on an commander, just like, you know what? Let Arlen play with that for a bit. Maybe it's important. He doesn't
with
know.
other systems.
Yeah. It's like, you're messing with communications, just don't mess with weapons. If you start running weapons, the commander's going to hit you.
Yeah. The nurse and I were on board the Achilles. It appeared that we were in some form of illusion, and then we found ourselves where we are now.
For that illusion, I was potentially in another illusion where I was running through a jungle, and then a woman was there, and I saw people.
New scene.
Hey, those are certainly stories.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, buddy.
Thanks.
Bend. You walk into medbay.
Yay.
Captain, how can I help you?
Well, apparently it's getting busy down here.
It is, yeah.
Do you need the EMH to assist?
Oh, we got him working in surgery right now to assist with the doctors.
Ah, okay. Is Commander Throlic still here?
In exam room 2, sir, but file says that they seem to be in some sort of vision-like state, or best guess, some sort of similar to, what does it say here? Similar to a mind meld or a hyperspace encounter. We're still trying to figure out how to bring them out of it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've Nurse Farouk has a similar issue. Still trying to figure out what that's about.
Jesus Christ.
On the plus side, sir, everyone else seems to be fine. That came fairly minor bumps and bruises and the like.
Well, at this stage, I'll take that small little fire being put out, considering it's everything else is in a blaze. I'm gonna head on in for a moment, then more than likely head back up to the bridge and try and put out more problems. If anything comes up, please inform me, and I'll probably end up back down here again.
Aye, sir. Fair warning, please don't disturb the patients until we're sure it's safe to move them. If you are going to move them or touch them or anything, please let one of us know and we can make sure you're okay, because we don't know if there's some sort of contact transmission or anything like that.
Well, I'm going to exactly do that. So do I just send someone in with me?
Yeah. That's probably a good idea. And they look around, and who of the medical staff walks? The captain.
Nurse Oliver, if he's
Hey, you can
functioning.
grab. Nurse Oliver kind of walks over and
Captain.
Nurse, welcome to the Achilles. I've not had pleasure to speak to you before now, but I'm about to do something which sums up the Achilles quite well. So, enter and be ready. And I'm just going to walk in the room.
Okay, that concerns me greatly, but I will follow. Oh yeah. Okay.
So, I can clearly see Rook and Thorlick in some form of a psionic situation.
yeah, they seem to be frozen in time. Actually, one thing you notice, it appears that both Thralic and Varuk have about themselves, as if they are cold. Okay. You can see like a twitching of the eyes. You can tell Thralic is very irritated about something because of the antenna. Like just shy of being violent with whatever it is ticking her off.
Well, I'm gonna open up the commander's right hand. And
your hand strikes a pressure field.
Nurse.
Did you want me to? Oh, okay. He's Nurse Oliver sort of just scoots, kind of. Excuse me, nurse. Sorry, and reaches to the control for the pressure field.
Then yes, I will attempt to reopen the commander's right hand.
Thralic, you feel your hand being wrenched open. What do you do?
Oh, that's a weird feeling.
What's going on, Commander?
Someone's doing something with my hand? And she looks down at her hand. Evidently nothing's going on with her hand right now.
Your hand is being pried open.
Yeah, I'll let it happen right now.
Okay.
I'm going to unsheath the magnum and place it grasped in her hand with the thumb on the crystal.
You feel a weight in your hand, and you feel your hand curled into a weird shape, like you're holding something. And your thumb's pressing against something warm.
I can reactivate the presser.
Tharlik's antennae start moving around, curious and stuff, like her completely changed.
Hey, I mean, that's probably worth noting from a medical standpoint, because, like...
She's responding to stimuli.
Yeah.
Michael? Wait, what? Okay, I'll just be in the dark on that one. Nurse Oliver turns back on the presser field.
Yeah, then I'm just gonna lean in close.
Throlic, your hand suddenly feels pinned to your side.
Ugh. Okay.
Do you need some help? This is so fucking weird. Nurse Varuk will try to push the arm off of the side.
It
Of
pushes
Throlic?
away, and suddenly you can feel it moving again. You see on Penn's end, you can see Throlic's hands jittering a little bit, like it's trying to move, but the pressure field's holding it down. It's the whole idea of a pressure field is keeping you from moving around, and while people are doing surgery to you.
Best guess is Lieutenant Arlen.
Yes.
God.
What is the current status of Ensign Ven?
Last I heard he was in sick bay.
All right. Best guess. The nurse and I are as well, and someone just put something into my hand. Interesting. And I'll kind of. Body language is a weird thing. I'm talking to the people, not to Arlen right now, I guess. Say, okay, so someone just put something into my hand, and I have sensory feedback in my body, and we're also here. And we're talking to the lieutenant.
Nurse Varuk will think back to what the guide said in the dream state. If you want to wake up, just wake up. And Varuk will center in on himself, close his eyes, and try to wake up.
Close your eyes. You open them. You're still staring at the faces of Ven and Throlic in the glow of the rocks.
Okay.
Could I attempt to whisper something to Throlic? Hopefully
You
she'll
can
hear
attempt
the
to.
message. Yeah.
Hopefully she will, yes.
I'm just gonna lean in close and whisper.
Your hair looks dumb.
That as well, but no. Imagine a quantum crystal weapon in your hand.
Someone's whispering that to your ear, Throlic.
And stop pissing around and wake up.
I mean, someone, I'm pretty sure I know who that someone is.
Yeah. I mean, if you two whisper to each other's ears on a regular basis, that's your business. I mean, I'm not judging or anything. Very intimate relationship between a CO and XO, but it's not against the regulations.
You could still tell someone's voice between a
I know.
whisper and speech. Fucker.
Oliver, seeing the captain do that, will get into Nurse Varuk's face and say, "Hey, Chief, snap out of it," and we'll shake him.
Varuk, someone's shouting at you and shaking you.
Okay, I think Oliver. I don't know. Somebody just shook me. I don't know what it was.
Interesting.
What are you doing, son?
I saw you do. Sorry. There's a relationship here that you. I'm sorry. And Nurse Oliver backs up.
Like subtlety, damn.
Oh, that's great. So
Meanwhile, Arlen
I mean,
just has home
I'll
music.
try to follow those instructions.
You imagine it.
I imagine it. Does it do anything?
throws some snow on Thralick's hand.
Thralick, someone threw
What
snow
was
on your
that?
hand. It's cold.
Trying to see if it
Yeah,
makes
it's
a
not-
shape. Listen, I'm stressed, man. And Brooke will stand up and start pacing.
Control plus command, I guess. Difficulty of 3.
Could I assist, considering I've just
You-
told her to...
Presence command, sure.
I have assisted with the snowball.
Daring medicine?
You're. All right.
Oh god.
You're forcing a stimuli to the
God.
hand, so it might cause weird things.
Yeah. Calm
oh.
the storm with all this bullshit.
Yeah, sure. Comp increases by 2. Get up to comp 3. Because this is weird as hell, and the snow on your hand is kind of distracting you from what you're trying to do, but it might help you without you realizing it.
All right.
Well, I didn't assist.
Typical Pend.
Roll command.
No help to anybody. No.
I mean, you're not far off.
Yeah. I will buy 2 dice with momentum here. And focus in guidance?
I'll take it, yeah.
Alright. And so this is comp 3, you said?
Yeah.
Yep, 3. What? Oh.
No, comp 3.
One of my
Comp 3
traits
different
did against me. Here, yeah. Alright, rolling 4.
Can I say survival as a focus because Varuk's stressed out and is just trying to live?
No.
Can I say
Because
composure?
that doesn't help Thralick out.
Okay.
Yeah, you being
You're welcome.
stressed helped me out, apparently, so.
Thralick, you see many circles of those runes that you see out in the ocean, like they span like massive swaths of ocean, and you see them in your hand in miniature, swirling over and over and over and over and over again until they eventually come into the shape and form of a particle pistol, with the runes and circles constantly swirling and twirling. But you can feel the weight of this thing in your hand, and the snow kind of landed on it. You're like, that's cold. You thought it was going to be cold just out of instinct, but you're like, wait a minute, it hit something. And you look down and you can see the runes and the circles glowing and circling, and you can feel the pistol in your hand.
I'll look surprised at it.
Whoa.
We'll copy the surprise. Yeah, I just threw the snow just because I was frustrated. I didn't know that it was going to help.
Do you want the
Right.
stats for that?
Sure? Not sure what I'm doing with it.
I mean,
So, Ben, this whole time, he's been trying to read some of these runes.
Yeah.
Because it's ancient Beta Z. Presumably, that means it's something that can be translated.
And I will translate for you what you see.
Bad feeling about this.
yeah, people keep forgetting that it has an incendiary option. But yeah, like I said, while this is all going on, I would have just headed back up to the bridge, so it's nothing important.
So just so we've got a clear idea here. Right now, Throlic is unconscious in the med bay under a pressure field with a gun.
Was that what was intended?
A gun with a quantum crystal inside of it, yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
well, we don't know that.
She does.
I do, actually.
Because that's what the quantum phase crystals initially came from.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, this is a long one.
PDF copy of Push by Sapphire in there.
Runes, they're dense. Them runes be dense with meaning.
Under stars of the benighted sea rests upon the ocean. Sits in the light of the stars, familiar and distant.
And serenity,
that's great.
serenity is yen is serenity. Ven is a derivation of that. By like thousands of years difference, but it's a very popular name because it was one of the republics that did pretty well on Beta Z. They're not around anymore, but it's a lucky name.
Yeah.
It's a nice word.
Is this supposed to be in some sort of meter, or is it just a paragraph like that?
Yeah, as best he can into what knows of
Yeah,
modern Beta Z.
look. I mean, I didn't spend as much time with my dad. My dad was the one that actually knew all this Betazoid traditions and lore and man, I wish he was here to tell me what half of this stuff meant.
There's Faruk will look over his shoulder.
For our momentum, what do you want clarified? You start remembering a few. You almost hear his talking about something cool he read once. He's like, "Oh wow, look at this!" Like, yes, Dad. No, really, yeah, I know, Dad. Thanks. I'm gonna look up chemistry
I'd
now.
rather you tell me about some of your Starfleet stories. Yes, I know that you're just on the space station, but
That's my day job. It's not the interesting stuff.
yeah. Hang on.
Oh yes, we
I'm
fought some
trying to read
Klingons,
this and
whatever. But
figuring
think of
out-
this cool book I read. Like, oh god. You have one of the hardest jobs in the world to get, and you're going on about a book you read. Yes. Okay. Cool. But yes, what you want clarified?
The benighted sea rests on the ocean. Oh, wait a second. The benighted sea. That's the thing that I'm curious about.
Like, written in Old English, it'd be like the sea on when it's nighttime. I don't know.
That's you're asking your momentum spending for the benighted sea.
Yeah.
You remember the player from Varuk has it right in English. That would kind of be referring to, literally, would be talking about a sea that's at night. A nighted sea, a sea at night, a benighted sea. But in ancient Betazoid cultures, the idea of an ocean of consciousness, they didn't have that metaphysical concept quite yet. They had a similar, that wasn't, the metaphysical geometry wasn't figured out until much, much later. But they had an idea of this psychic connection of reality and the thoughts below reality. Well, there was something in between that, something that was, as if when perceived, it was perceived as a sea or an ocean that was dark. The ocean of consciousness is a light with thought, but this is a sea elsewhere, above that, but below space. An understar of benighted sea. Which that's pretty impressive for them to have that much sense of reality from like thousands and thousands of years ago.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Where? Oh boy. So
And as you puzzle upon that, the scene changes.
We're above the ocean.
Yeah, again, GM, I would have, after I handed that off, I would have headed back up to the bridges. There's no part of pen hanging around, so.
Yep, fair enough. Ryloff. Lieutenant Ryloff of the Romulan Empire.
Yes, I'm here. I had my headset turned off as well, apparently.
You've climbed up to the next floor. Took a bit. Felt like it took forever, though. You hear alarms. Battle stations. Battle stations. You can hear running and stuff going on.
Yeah. Is there any sort of access panel near-ish me at this point in time?
Yeah, there's something there that you can kind of open the door with.
Yeah. So like that'd be the main elevator door or a separate maintenance
Main elevator
crawl
door. It's like an
space?
emergency switch system.
Is there a maintenance crawl space type deal?
For 2 momentum, there can be.
Yes.
Hey,
I'd prefer
look at
not to, have to explain that to anyone running past up there. Why don't you have your weapons? Why doesn't they have their weapons? Why are you crawling out of the elevator's not even there? That sounds like one of the questions I don't want to answer. So yes, let's get into the maintenance, which might be a bit of a trick with a unconscious person, but
yeah, you're able to get into it.
okay.
When you open it up and you go through, you find that you have found it seems these two elevators are linked to each other.
Sorry, found a what?
An adjoining elevator or lift area.
Huh. So like there's just a thin bit of wall and then another elevator right there.
Yep, and there's an elevator descending toward rather quickly. That one's not under maintenance.
So is it just like there's no space between these two rooms? It's like a wall and then you're in the other room?
Yeah, there's like enough room for wires to get through and stuff, and some circuitry, but it's just a thin barrier between two of the tunnels.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's back. There's no choice there but back through. I was hoping it was like a little bit you could just fit between a wall at least. Damn. Yeah. No, back. That's kind of another elevator. Okay.
Oh, and you notice the cleaning bot's done. There's a couple soldiers getting on the lift below you. Looks like they're gonna go somewhere.
Okay. How fast do these elevators seem to move?
Not turbolift speed, but fairly quick. I think a really fast elevator in a skyscraper. So fast, but not like sci-fi, not super fast like turbolift. Turbolift's moving incredibly fast. Because they have the benefit. Oh, I won't go into it, but.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the on the other side there's an elevator. So essentially on this side there's an elevator going down, and this one there's an elevator that's going to be coming up.
It's going to move at some point. You don't know if it's going up or down yet, because they're just stepping into it and letting the droids get out of the way, taking the sign off.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how often do people look up?
They haven't yet.
Yeah, exactly. This one should be coming past us in a couple seconds here soon, probably.
Yeah, that'd be a safe bet.
Okay, so we're gonna have to hang on for that to pass and then go back through again.
Fitness, con, difficulty of 3 because you do have a person. Oh no, you're pretty strong. We already tested for this. Fitness con difficulty 2. Comp is going to be increased to 2 normally just because you're in this weird precarious edge. You're not really supposed to be hanging out here for any length of time.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
So you're kind of in this in-between area.
Survivor.
Yeah.
Which survival focus?
Yep.
Oh, I wish there was no gravity. Then I've got so much stuff for that. But we'll get to that
Just turn it
soon.
off.
I need to find a place to turn it off first.
We'll get on that. Freaking
And
lazy bones.
ideally
Sure.
not turn off for the entire station because it's also inhabited by civilians, and that would be horrible. That'd be in general bad. I'll give you a threat.
Certainly. You kind of lean a little bit. You lean back forward. You're feeling a real nice burn in your lower legs and your shoulder.
Yeah.
Bit of a physical feat, but you're able to. The elevator's come and gone.
Okay. Well, we're just gonna have to swing up on this side with the elevator pass and get through the door there then on this level. Which is at least further away from that initial escape tunnel that it's less likely to be looked at.
There are 2 passages. Like there's an elevator door facing one way and one facing.
There's one. No, there was. We'll go left. Let's go flat left. Yep.
So you find. Hold on. You come out upon. There are some like chairs, just outside of the elevator doors, and they're leading upward. Or sorry, downward. Sorry. And you see there's like little chairs, and stairs that lead down to 2 different directions.
Okay.
And there's a door off to your side here, to either way here.
Okay.
There's a stairway leading down.
And this is now like an actual proper corridor-esque sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like more than one person can stand at a.
Yeah, it's like someone would take the lift here and then would take these stairs to get to an odd bit of the station that the lift can't get to.
Yeah. Okay. So
because they don't have
shift
turbulence, they move straight up, down, not the left-right stuff that your turbulence can do.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to shift how I'm carrying Tavara from the potato sack on the back to kind of mimicking how you'd pull along someone who's drunk or had a head injury, or they're woozy. Except they're fully unconscious, so that means I've still got to do a lot more. But it's less that I don't like that music change.
I was gonna say.
I was gonna say it's less blatant is what I was going to go with. Jesus Christ.
The whole thing rocks. You're brought down to one knee. And there's wails of alarms. The regular lighting flicks off, and then emergency lights click on. Damage teams to Dex 25, subsection A. Damage team control teams to subsection 2. Blue alert. All hands brace for another salvo.
They didn't.
You're in a shootout with them. This station's losing.
I mean, when you say we, do you mean both ships or just the wildfire? Because I don't think the Achilles would have fired.
The wildfire kind of started the fight, and the Achilles kind of in to save the wildfire. Like Achilles probably tried to do the whole "let's do the song and dance and talk to you." Wildfire got impatient, started shooting.
Okay. Well, now there's been, a lovely explosion and shake. Yeah,
What?
okay.
It wasn't my fault.
Well, no, now I've got a even better excuse right there to be like, oh, look, injured person. That shaking, they knocked their head, whatever. So yeah, carrying them like I was saying before. Let's keep going.
Going down the stairs or going to an adjoining area?
We just climbed up a level, so we'll go to the adjoining area rather than back down.
Okay.
Rylov,
Yes.
do you still have your scanner?
Which scanner?
Your tricorder?
Yes, I still have a tricorder.
Maybe find out the direction of the shuttle you came in?
We'll get there in a minute.
You walk into this room and oh my god, it is hot as hell in here. Which actually, being a Romulan, kind of feels like home, really. This is the most comfortable you've been in a while. It's a really warm room in here. You think humans would hate this room, but you're feeling okay. And when you look around, it appears that this is some sort of you see a bunch of people working on a there's like a conveyor belt of various materials, and you can see a bunch of people working on like taking some of them off, taking tools to them, and firing some sort of torch at them. It seems like they're doing. It's almost like they have a. That's hard to say without really observing them for long, but they're doing something in here, and that's why it's so damn hot in here. Big machine that's allowing stuff to drop into the room. No one's seen you walk in. Their heads down, and they're furiously working away at something. You can see that there are like little cars, like little carts where people are putting these refined materials into boxes, into crates, and then lifting them onto the back of these trucks real quick. These little carts, and then the carts they drive off, and then a new one immediately rolls in, and they start hurriedly getting them over as they can.
Mm-hmm. But at a glance, they don't really seem to be reacting to the alarm. That's not their job necessarily.
Their urgency seems to be linked to the alarm. Like whatever they're doing has to do with the battle, but you're not sure what they're doing to help. They are sweating buckets, though. It is incredibly hot in here, almost like there was environmental systems, and they're cooking in the heat of their own machines.
Mm-hmm. Fun, lovely, brilliant. Okay. There's nothing I can do without getting caught there. But we can reasonably just quickly go through the room. Just go through like I know where I'm going, and I'm just getting this person somewhere that they should be.
Are you moving further away from the lift system, or are you just trying to get through the room?
Further away from the lift system.
Okay. Insight plus con difficulty of 2, because you're kind of trying to navigate. So where the hell's the door to this room anyway, other than the one I just walked through?
Mm-hmm. Paranoid.
Comp increase.
Inscrutable.
That won't help you find your way out. No one's really watching you right now. It's more you
Okay,
kind of.
yeah.
It's more you trying to like, where the hell do I go?
That is definitely a. If someone looks, it doesn't look like I look like I'm lost.
Yeah.
Investigative techniques.
I'll take it.
I've been running around inside the structure of this thing for a while, so what does their design language normally say about where they put a door? Something. For sure. We'll give you a threat again.
Okay.
Great.
What do you mean, great? Listen, I made momentum on that one go away. Shush, Finn.
You see that there's a way the cars are going that leads off elsewhere, and then there is a door leading further away from the lifts.
Alright, well, we will head that way.
The way where the door is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And, you know, hopefully there's like some signage or something outside the door that says what room this is. That'd be nice.
This is damage control materials allocation.
Okay.
You open the
Makes
door
sense.
and you hear a thunk, thunk, thunk as you step into it. And in this room, you see the backs of various people who seem to be monitoring various screens. And they are... You notice that they seem to be monitoring what's happening in the room you just left. They also seem to be watching the trucks and where they're going. They seem to be, and you recognize this as a sort of damage control team, except their part of the job is getting the materials to the damage control team.
Yeah. And
making sure everyone's on production. You see one room, one of the cameras just flashes as a fire breaks out, and then the screen blanks out because, well, it overloaded, so it blew up.
Yeah, okay. So the logistics behind the damage control on a massive station.
Yeah. You do see what appears to be various kit bags that are open, like they seem to have opened them up and they were grabbing at stuff real quick to get ready for the fight. And you can see what appears to be their standard issue kits. Like there's a spare one that's open that has a sword, a pistol, and a radio.
Okay. Just grab that as we're going past. Again, like, you know, we 100%, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, right? Yeah. I left that there before. That's why I don't have it right now. Uh-huh.
Presence plus command. Difficulty would be 2, but you're inscrutable, so difficulty 1. Because someone's going to notice you grabbing at stuff. They'll glance over at what you're doing, but they might just see the uniform and leave you alone.
Mm-hmm.
Live long and prosper? Shoot, you guys don't do that.
I don't do that either.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. Just panic response. You like this sign, right? Oh, wait. Wrong humans. I'm totally a Vulcan.
Joel and True. It's the greeting, but yeah.
Joel and True, everybody. You're all humans.
Yeah. Guerrilla tactics.
Whoops.
I'll take guerrilla tactics, yeah.
Just to... I'm paranoid, by the way.
Diff 0.
Okay. Lovely. For Ven's sanity, so he doesn't make another disgusted noise, I guess I won't spend anything.
Wow.
Look at that. I didn't... You're the one making noises when I spend resources. God. Ensign.
But yeah, no, you're able to grab the materials.
I just can't fucking win.
You also find once you pick up the stuff, there seems to be something that you now notice it's something that the office. It's a thing that you pouch you hang over your neck. and on it, it's like a tablet that has a running tally of the ship's systems. So it's meant as an update tablet to let you know what's going on, and it has a map of the station on it.
Okay, lovely. Also, anything interesting through that radio?
For momentum, I can answer.
Yeah, I like that.
It sounds like that the station is in combat with 2 alien vessels, the Wildfire and the other ship. They've sent out various small craft to fight them. They are losing terribly, but they will fight on to honor the dynasty.
Okay.
So on and so on. And there's lots of cries of, yeah, let's do it. And again, I'll give you free. This is the officer channel. You don't hear any enlisted on this thing.
Yeah. Lovely.
They don't get to use the fancy radios.
No, I'm sure they don't. Okay. That said, we have a map. So, where was the shuttle docked? Well, I have a guess what that would be. We can start heading in that direction.
Reason con difficulty of 3, because you're looking at a weird map. Like, where the heck is this? And I'll be right back as you do that roll.
Mm-hmm.
So, not a bad session considering we got 3 out-of-body experiences, a Romulan Vulcan buddy cop escape from a station, and apparently 2 super advanced spaceships picking on a caveman level station.
Yeah. Well, I am so lost right now, but
I got my
You know
ice cream
what?
with milk in it. I'm all good.
ooh,
Yeah.
that sounds good.
So
What
I have
I'm
some-
doing makes sense.
Oh yeah, totally.
yeah.
Oh,
You know what else makes sense? Strawberry ice cream that's a little old, but you're still eating it, and it's so crystallized that you put milk in it, and then you stir it up, and it gets all jammy and beautiful and wonderful. Then you put a little bit of jelly in it, and you mix it around, and then you eat it. Nom, 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 nom.
Jelly?
Ben?
Like strawberry gelatin.
Yeah.
Jelly
Okay.
jam.
Did you catch up last week, Ben?
I'm just trying. I did not.
Oh, good. Then you definitely didn't hear the fact that you kept bringing Aza coffee because she says the word meow.
Oh my god. I need to know why. Well, the Betazoid connection to this stuff. What?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, in the Klingon game, I was never the one who had the ESP fun stuff going on, so I was always hanging out. This time, that means that I'm just fully ill-equipped to deal with anything that's going on, so it leads to me throwing snowballs at people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like
Uh,
trying to figure if
oh.
I'm trying to figure if this has anything to do with my parents' disappearance, or if it's just completely unrelated, or
That'd be fucked.
GM, Paranoid
Yeah.
and Survivor still.
Survivor, yes. Paranoia will increase comp range.
Okay.
Paranoid seems to always fire for you, huh?
Oh, it's either hurts or harms. Yeah. No, it's great. There's some cases where it won't do anything just because it's like, you thinking about it doesn't help much. But
Overthinking things will generally either help or hurt you.
Like lifting
Paranoia is
Tabara, it's like,
fun.
that's probably not gonna do. Your paranoia won't help too much.
yeah, it's like I just need to pick her up. There's like, yeah, I already medically checked that she's unconscious. So
She's secretly a changeling.
we can fix
no.
that.
What?
What?
How do you fix someone being a changeling?
Plasma
Shoot.
fire.
Lots of phaser fire.
Just
Yeah.
ask
No, that
section
kills
31.
them.
And then they're no longer a changeling. They're just dust.
A
Yeah.
fun little
They're a
virus.
dead changeling.
They can't change anymore, so they're not a changeling.
I mean, he's right.
They can no longer shapeshift.
They've technically changed from a live changeling to a dead changeling.
Oh, that's bad. That is terrible. I should feel bad for that, but I don't really. One threat.
One thread eye.
There we go. I made it again. Yo. Wait,
And
shouldn't that have been a... No, never mind.
it's over here.
Well, let's start. Show me again.
It's right at the top.
Right at the top. Okay, yeah, brilliant. Okay,
On the opposite side of the station.
that's fine. You know, not taking a not direct route to it, helps sometimes. Also, now that I've got the officer-looking thing, that and actually have equipment that leads to potentially being able to move faster, and also I've got a map, so I know what rooms are. I can find out what rooms through that are more common sense to walk through. You know, I'm not walking through. Hey, look, that's just a generator room with all the nuclear reactors. That doesn't seem like something you could just walk through.
So you're trying to make your way there?
Yes.
Okay. So I will warn, just so you know the stakes of this. This is presence or daring plus command, difficulty opposed. Basically opposed by ship general security because you're a foreign actor moving around to their station at a long distance. We're going to time lapse a bit here in one go. Because on starship combat level, you move one end of the ship to the other and you know where you're trying to go. So you don't have to navigate room to room. Now this ship is in essentially a fleet conflict. So you have, if you don't get this, there's going to be another roll off to see which side is doing well in this fight.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if they lose, well, you have a different problem entirely. But if they win, you have more time to find it if you biff it. So just an
Got
idea.
Yep. I got you.
I'm buying a full mitt because these guys they're under attack. Maybe maybe they're gonna have borders. And it's like, no, don't look at me. I'm fine.
I mean,
you
I'm
do
just glad they haven't
Not
already
worried.
found out that we are on the loose. So
Yeah.
that helps to an extent. I am paranoid.
Doesn't help or hurt. Well, it helps in equal measure as it hurts. Is where my
Yeah,
brain's
okay. Yeah, that's fair. Inscrutable.
at. That will give you a tick. Yep.
They still have gravity, so weightless doesn't help. Survivor though. This is trying to survive an entirely hostile station to reach our, hopefully, evacuation vessel or
the
escape
trait, but not the focus.
Trait, but not the focus.
Because a trait survivor makes sense.
Yeah,
The focus of survivalist, as it were, or survivalism
Oh, yeah.
doesn't help. Yeah.
they don't always work together, funnily enough.
Yeah.
But guerrilla tactics of I am blending in where I shouldn't be in their uniform. Yeah. Okay. So I've got one hit and a focus at the moment. I have that medal now, actually. So you get 4.
Gladly take it.
And this was command, not security, tragically. So wait, this is their shipboard security against me, but we're both using command?
Well, you're using command, they're using security, essentially.
Oh, okay. Tragic.
Because you're trying to look like an officer. Like, I'm an officer going somewhere, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I am an officer going somewhere, just not your officer going somewhere.
I'm a very important officer. Don't stop to check my credentials or anything. Never mind that my boots are the wrong way around, but whatever. No,
And
I don't
that
have a
I've
pale
got-
complexion. What about it?
An injured person with me as well, that is.
Yeah. Sure you want to take that guy? No, it's fine. I got
That is
it.
above
Okay.
your pay grade. Go away.
Wait, you're getting paid?
They
they-
are getting paid.
It's true.
So
They get
the
to be
excuse
serfs now.
of your pay grade to them works. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
7.
4 hits to your 7.
Don't you have 8 because you got 2 from traits?
Oh yeah, you're right. I got 2 from traits. 8. Yeah. Yep.
You get to the hangar where your shuttle is docked and under guard. And you can see these huge, kind of getting on these little hangars, catapulted out into space. The hangar is abuzz with activity. The shuttle's actually been moved from where it landed out of the way, so you're not. It's not in the launch lanes anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Some people snap a salute to you real quick and then have to do something. Some people give you a look, but honestly, this hangar is way too busy to mess with whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like, unless you stop somebody, no one's stopping.
It's just like a guard or 2 in front of the thing, like just.
There
Or
are 4 guards.
4 guards.
Pardon me, sorry. I ate a little too quickly. No.
This would be so much easier if you were conscious, Captain. It's so much easier to bullshit when you're not carrying an unconscious person. Okay. Do they all look to be rankers, or does one of them have the sash?
One of them has a sash. The other 3 are enlisted, probably under that person's command.
Okay. Does this shuttle have... It's got more than one door, right?
Just the back doors.
Or just the back doors?
Yeah.
I was like, which shuttle did we take? It's the Type 7, the unarmed one, right?
Yeah, the Type 7. Oopsie, I almost pulled this onto the wrong map. That would have been not helpful. Oh, that looks terrible. There we go.
Yeah, that was the Type 7S for Snubnose.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good idea, but also a terrible idea. How good am I at bullshitting? I'm a Romulan. We'll figure it out. Okay. So.
Mm-hmm.
what I need first is to find a place where I can essentially just take off the uniform coat that I put on Tavara. Just generally without, because just taking it off right. Actually, no, we'll leave that on. Because I can make up an excuse for that as well. But have it that essentially could just tug the collar and show that there is a Starfleet uniform under it, because I've got some major shenanigans that I want to try and pull to get on this shuttle without having to shoot everyone, because that doesn't sound like a good idea.
For the love of...
I
Roll
don't
20.
know what you're doing.
Roll 20. Let me click on things. Thank you. For the love of... Go away. There we go. As you're getting yourself situated, you hear the rather familiar sound, torpedoes detonating somewhere else near your section, and suddenly people are being sucked out into space. So you can hear that there's what's going on, and you hear alarms of "Fight on for the directorship! Fight on!" And people are some people are trying to fight on, some people are panicking and starting to run away. The three enlisted that are with the guy with the sash, they look like they're about to bolt, but the guy with the sash yells at them and draws his pistol and blade, and they kind of they nod, they draw their pistol and blade and stand their ground. And for a brief moment, you see the Achilles off in the distance as the station.
Okay.
That next salvo is probably going to blow up the entire station when it hits.
We're going right towards the shuttle. Like, I 100% have a purpose and an intent. And that's, he's going to step forward to be like, oh, what you're doing is like, I have orders from... what was the title of the guy? That's the only thing I've forgotten over this last week.
Lord. He's a lord. Baron, to be more specific.
I have orders from the Baron to use this prisoner to get into that ship, and then use it against them. And just, not even, stopping to continue, not stopping to argue with him, just saying that as I'm trying to go past. And, flash some of the red from her to be like, see, it's clearly them.
Presence command difficulty opposed.
Yeah, I'm not doing much security stuff at the moment.
Wait,
it's not a bad, quick idea, though.
Are you telling me that we do things that we're not fantastic at all the time?
Yeah, I know.
Oh wait, why
avoiding specialization?
He's been avoiding doing command stuff this entire time. Why? Because people don't trust him when he does command stuff. It keeps happening.
I got a full mint coming at you.
Oh, that sounds fun. Not that. That's for sure. That is. The milestone from We Will Never Be Here Again, which had evasion and survival in it.
Yeah.
Because that apparently seems to happen a lot to me, surprisingly. Who would have ever thought? Let me move that down a couple because that's not actually relevant right now. And I don't believe any of our mission directives would apply to this. Probably. Venture once more into the reconnoiter the. Well, I mean, I'm making sure the captain's alive, which would ensure follow-up missions are possible.
On that vein, yeah, because if the wildfire loses its captain, that's kind of a problem.
The wildfire does have to be withdrawn if it's lost its captain.
Yeah.
So, Directive 4.
Yep.
And we'll give you 4 and 2. 4 momentum, 2 threat. Sorry, no, I just need to do 4 and 1, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you, Ben. Guerrilla tactics still.
Yeah.
I'm still paranoid.
It doesn't help or hurt here.
Okay. Inscrutable.
Actually hurts you here a bit. You don't seem expressive enough for a human of the Directorate.
Unfortunate. Survivor.
Wouldn't take it here, unfortunately. Because you're trying to
actually,
give off a different vibe to this guy of I'm on my way to do something.
Okay, that's one thing that I will make an argument for on the notice of this guy. These guys all live on a space station, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so weightless. On the footing of, I don't look like I'm entirely alien on a spaceborne environment.
I mean, that's a good sell.
I'll take it because of the culture there. They're very.
Yeah.
If an officer didn't have good space legs, they kind of look at you. It's like, wait a minute, you're an officer. You're supposed to be able to do zero-G stuff. That's standard training. What the hell are you doing here? Why are you wearing that uniform?
Well, they're all entirely spaceborne. Like, they don't have a planet at all. So that was my thoughts for that. So at least I countered my thing. Okay. 10 months out of get to roll that. I have rolled that every single time. I've got 5 as well at the moment.
Plus traits.
Traits evened each other out. Because they got what Inscrutable hurt me, correct? Which means he got a free success.
Yeah.
And then Weightless helped me. Paranoid didn't help anyone. Survivor doesn't help. And I don't see Romulan or Defector helping here.
No.
I'm wearing a disguise to counter Romulan, actually.
Yeah.
Well, how possible the incredible improbable, which has counterintelligence.
Yep.
I'm using a lot of milestones today to keep an NPC alive. NPC PC? Kind of, yeah. They're a bit of both. Ooh, actually, wait a second. Let me see if there is a
major NPC is how they'd be classified.
Yeah. Does this
notable? Sorry, because their name
count as remaining hidden or to have actions remain unnoticed?
Not at this stage, no.
Yeah, I was like, let me look at the wording of this one. I was like, never mind. The wording doesn't quite have it apply. I was like, there's just straight out a talent I could grab. with the determination to get a 1-up instead of having to bet it on a roll.
Oh, oh shoot, I don't think you qualify for it. There's a command one that lets you do stuff that helps you with persuasion checks. I don't know if you qualify for it though.
I've got a command of 3.
Well, I've got charming demeanor. Is that what you think?
It helps with social challenges and stuff.
Yeah, I'll post it in Discord.
Oh,
That's
that's the
reroll
Akaru one.
dice. Yeah. No, I'll just. I mean, I'm essentially
Yeah.
rerolling a dice at the moment. That would just give me the same thing as what I'd go for here. So, yeah, I don't have a terrible lot on this. But fuck me, I guess I just said the word. I said the phrase, and it was like, you know what? You said it. Let's
Oh no.
let's bite you.
That complication's gonna tip this tie against you.
I am aware at the moment.
Oh my god.
Listen, okay. Dereliction of duty has more of the same.
Yeah.
I'm using so many milestones. That at least makes you happy, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. I like spending resources.
Well, you like us spending resources.
Oh yeah, I like
Yeah.
spending resources too. I'm always happy when I'm zeroed at the end of a game. That means I threw enough weight at you.
There we go. And now this is the one I keep. No, it's not. Okay, but it's up to 2 now instead. It's gone 0, 1, 2. Fuck.
Wow. I'm gonna need a cigarette after that.
Yeah.
He puts a hand on your shoulder, the one that's not carrying her. For the commune. Nods at you meaningfully, which is probably nice, whatever he said. And he kind of nods at the others and shouts them to follow him as they're now free of their duties because you're taking the ship.
Yeah, because I'm sure this comes across like a one-way trip to them.
All right. Yeah, you're getting in a small crowd in the middle of a shootout. Good luck, sir.
Yeah.
How brave of you! Like, yeah, that's totally what I'm doing. I mean, that is what you're doing, but you know.
Mm-hmm. But we're gonna get in there and immediately put a communication to the wildfire of, we're getting out. Stop destroying the station. Because we would rather not have this entire place get destroyed.
I don't think you're gonna have much choice in that, Lieutenant. Looks like they're detonating their core to take us out. So if you're leaving, I'd leave now.
Fuck. Okay, yeah.
Darren Con, Diff 2, assisted by Engines Con of the shuttle. As Penn probably is very upset over on his ship because these idiots would not listen to him in the wildfire. They didn't need. Instead of surrendering, they're going to blow up their station and take everyone with them. Awesome. Just paraphrasing how that all went down, I imagine.
Yeah, there's probably a bit more, probably a bit more swearing and other words.
Yeah.
But yeah, why am I surrounded by
expletive.
morons?
I mean, they made a good run. They just rolled crap every time. They had similar dice as you guys as the two ships. But it's like, nope, they're just rolling crap. They lose.
Alright, so taking a small craft from a station that's about to go critical. Survivor?
Yep.
Survival.
No.
Okay, paranoid though. Because I don't know if they put a bomb on the ship.
Comp increase.
Even though the officer was just like, basically, good luck. It's like, oops, I forgot to tell him about the bomb we put on the ship.
Yeah.
It's like any number of things. That's why paranoid's unreasonable. Uh. Yeah, that's why paranoid's unreasonable. We'll give you 2 momentum, 1 threat again.
Okay.
I hate when it does it that way. Oh, and if I had a focus, those would have both been. Okay. I see. It's one of those days.
But that's just enough.
It is.
As you're able to flee from the exploding station, as various mobile suits mobile armor, do try to continue fighting, but without the core station, they're scattered. Some start fleeing. None of them are really paying attention to you right now. They're too busy with the big cruisers that are trading shots with them. Meanwhile, the wildfire starts swooping in to get to you because they know you're an unarmed shuttle in the middle of a shootout. And Achilles can kind of is a plenty enough distraction on its own to draw attention.
Well, we have shields, so, there's that too.
New scene.
At least.
Welcome back to the iceberg.
How did we get here?
Varker's gonna love showing up to this.
Yeah. I have so many questions. Right?
Yeah. Well,
I
who
believe
has
there was
ideas?
a conversation. I believe there's a conversation going on between Ven and Rook when we last cut away.
Yes, kind of.
Thor, you notice they actually start getting off track. Like they start talking in circles after a while.
Right?
So, here's the thing. We're on a different layer of existence, best I can tell.
Right.
We're
Okay.
on a metaphysical level, we're above the ocean, but likely somewhere beneath regular space-time. So, probably either somewhere within the quantum realm or...
I guess my obvious question is, Ensign, how do we, is there
Get
something that we
out?
can, is there something that we can do to return to our bodies back where they are?
I think
Or,
it's gonna end...
yeah.
Well, we have this strange psychokinetic wavefront here. And then this thing, this gate behind us. What the hell is it?
I have a feeling that the captain thought this might be useful, and presumably not as a weapon. Ensign, take a look at this, and I'll hand Ven the strangely pulsating with runes particle magnum.
Okay. As he then looks it over. Do the
Specifically
rune...
this. And I'll point
the
to where the crystal is on it.
Yeah. Do the motions of the runes on the Magnum seem to be lining up with the runes on the ocean? Or on the benighted sea?
It has this sort of repeating geometry all across it, and they overlap, to kind of form a facsimile of this pistol. Except they're not
Interesting.
warbling with the water. They're still like they're part of a solid object.
Hmm. Okay.
Even the
hang on.
crystal, quote unquote, is just formed from like certain circles cutting up into to facsimilize that shape. Think like how people did like 8-bit stuff for video games, trying to create facsimiles of stuff. It's like except you're doing with a series of circles to create a 3-dimensional object.
Oh, wild. Okay. Oh, that's freaky. Oh, if that's giving me some like Doctor Strange vibes. Okay. Okay. Here's a thought. So, am I getting the distinct impression that this benighted sea here is currently restless, as it were? Because it seems like it's, rolling waters.
One could presume such a thing.
Okay. That's the trick. I think we have to somehow calm down this benighted sea. And I think I might have an idea how to do it. I had an idea like this before. It's possible that I could tune it. It's effectively an electromagnetic signal interfacing with psionics. And with the proper focus and the proper output from maybe my tricorder, I might be able to counter the frequencies. And this thing here might just be the way to do it. And so I guess Ben is gonna see if he can't hook up this crazy ass particle magnum to his tricorder.
What are you plugging in with?
I guess the tricorder probably doesn't have any kind of cabling or anything.
It does.
Yeah.
For older style connections, usually it's wireless. Hell, even the TOS era stuff was wireless, but there are cables in the event you need to connect to something like transferring power, data, that sort of stuff, or just old machinery.
That's what I need to do here.
Okay, so you take a wire out of your tricorder.
Yep.
And where are you plugging it in?
It is this particle magnum, right?
Right.
Does it have any? Can I access it at all?
You see the circles
Awesome.
that are in the shape of the gun.
I mean, have you asked the commander how it works?
Commander, is there an access point on this thing?
Ooh, I'm not sure if I know that actually. Like,
Insight, security, difficult. Magnums aren't exactly standard issue. Pend hasn't used one for years.
yeah. What was the difficulty there?
2. And even then, Penn had to like special order to get it and get a special written permission to use it in service.
Trait of Hoplite Commander.
Yeah, diff 1.
Right. I will focus in military history.
Yep.
Finally, something I'm good at.
You don't have the pistol. You have the pistol.
Rolling 2.
Hey.
Something I'm good at.
No.
Generate 3. right?
Not really, because
No.
basically the original gun basically has like a crystal as a sort of focusing thing, and the thumb is kind of a way. The thumb contact is sort of a way to check on the crystal and refocus it and stuff like that. It's very mechanical, less computerized. It's a very simple analog firearm, energy firearm.
That's what I need. Okay,
Like,
I got it.
Yeah, I'll go over that then. And
Okay.
it'd be like trying to interface with a Desert Eagle or something. It's like there's no interface. It's a mechanical firearm.
Yeah. Okay. I might have an idea though. Phasers. Phasers do have a mechanical component to them, right?
To a degree, yeah.
Okay. That's what I need. Gonna take my phaser. I'm gonna need that mechanical component. Here's the thing, Pen. Here's my play. I'm going to jury rig the mechanical attenuation mechanism of the phaser to the mechanical attenuation mechanism of the Magnum, and then hook that into my tricorder. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it so that I can carefully calibrate the attenuation of the crystal to counter the effects of the wave.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Sure.
Daring security difficulty 3.
Not engineering?
No, you're working with 2 firearms because you're trying to make sure you're not gonna blow yourself up or blow them up.
I mean,
okay.
all I've done is just handed you a quantum phase crystal. You can do with it as you want.
No, they see several circles in the shape of it that show a crystal.
Okay. I'm gonna take 3 momentum. Reverse engineering.
Yeah.
Okay, that is 4 hits.
Yeah, you've connected them up to each other. At least you think you did. In theory, if the rune pistol works the same way, you've connected the 2 mechanisms into each other somehow.
Okay, now what I need to do is I need to wire up the attenuation mechanism that, is now separate from the phaser to the tricorder.
Yep, that's all. You have that sort of local network, if you will.
Okay. Now, here's the fun part. I need to program the tricorder to be watching the wave patterns on the benighted sea and generate a counter frequency.
Okay. You could figure that out. Yeah, you did scan it earlier. You know the frequency of the waves. That's a tricorder to do the math on.
Okay. This might work.
I will note that it is a dynamic frequency. That is to say, the frequency is constantly changing. But that is something you can tell your tricorder to account.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay. The last thing, of course, and I probably should have done this first. What would be the quantum? What would be the? Do I have any possible way of reasoning out what collapsing the waveform here would do?
You don't even know what it is you're messing with.
Great, awesome.
You haven't figured that part out yet. You have a mystical telling you roughly where and what you're messing with. But what exactly collapsing this waveform do? Not exactly something Starfleet runs into on a day-to-day basis.
Yep, yep.
You'd have to do a whole scientific method to know for sure. You'd have to sit there and think it out and theorize it and so on.
I mean, might be worth doing.
Okay. Would you like me to do that, Commander? It means we'd be here a while longer. I don't know if we have that kind of time.
Currently, we're in a stable situation, Ensign.
Okay.
We have shelter, we have heat.
And Ven looks at the pistol in his hands and the waveforms, and a last resort dish Jefford, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can work out, I guess.
So you're initiating a scientific to determine what would happen if you collapse the waveform of this benighted sea, as you call it.
Yes.
Okay. Reason science difficult 1 to establish the observation.
Spending a momentum.
Okay.
Astrophysics focus?
You could use it for this observational stage, yeah.
Okay. Spending a momentum. Die. Reason science?
Yep. Diff 1.
I generated a bonus momentum, which, you know what? I am going to spend my, God, I have so many, Starfleet Medal of Honor, generate 2 bonus momentum, spend to quash.
Okay.
So I succeeded. God, that sucks.
All right. Your observation tells you that this seems to be acting very much like an dynamic motion of an ocean, like water.
Yes.
And it's moving in a dynamic fashion similar to waves reacting to, a turbulent water and gravitational forces and so on. And collapsing that on the observational stage, well, you determine that it's acting like an ocean. It's not acting in an artificial or mechanical sense. It's acting in a naturalistic dynamism. That's your observational. It's a science roll. Pick your focuses. At least 3. What's the right answer, you think?
Astrophysics. I've got astrophysics. I've got chemistry, and I keep forgetting it's got to be a focus that we have, right?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
It helps, but it's not required.
Okay. I'll throw in astrophysics, psionics. Yeah. Metaphysics?
I think psionics and metaphysics will overlap, but I think if we're gonna pick one of the two, maybe metaphysics.
By the way, author, you're very faint.
What do you think, Commander?
Metaphysics seems good. What's our current list again?
Astrophysics, chemistry, and psionics and metaphysics. That's 4. I think I'm good with those 4.
Yeah.
Do you need me to type those out for you, Corby?
Yep, that lets me know that's your definite call. Also, so you don't forget them later if you change your mind,
Mhm.
which focus you're focusing on.
Mm-hmm.
And author, if you're trying to say something, we're just seeing a light on. We're not hearing anything.
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, okay.
Just picking up background.
I'll turn you up a bit on my end because you're just. I might have you turned out just too much. There we go.
That's my slate.
Yeah.
Yep, one
Sure.
of those is it.
Yep.
Okay. Metaphysics focus is, I think, where I'm gonna start.
All right.
Anyone with Science of 2 that is speaking then?
Technically, am I still speaking with them?
You have a stable channel.
We do. I can help.
Okay.
I could
testing a theory into practice.
Yeah.
So
I
that
also
brings
have
it
a
down to
science
one, whatever it is,
3.
and it gives me a third die, and importantly, I'm going to spend 2 momentum for a fourth die.
Could
There
I
we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can assist for.
Okay. I don't believe I have a. Okay.
Should be science, not medicine, but
Uh.
Yeah, it might matter. What's your
Oh
science?
yeah, it actually does. Is it reason science?
yep.
That's a failure then. Sorry.
I count 7 there.
Yeah, it's 7.
You may continue, but before you do, some of the water crashes against the sea, and it suddenly the water level raises for a second, and it douses the fire.
Uh-oh.
We don't have a fire.
Well, the rocks and stones are basically robbed of their heat. Is what I should say.
Okay, I won't argue with you about thermodynamics because we're not technically in real space.
Okay. That's...
Well, if nothing else, boil the hot rock would boil the water. You 3 are being doused in ice cold water.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna damage is coming your way before you continue.
Okay.
Boop.
I'm
boop,
immune, right?
3. Yeah, you're not there.
Huh.
You have
Yay!
the advantage of not being in the.
Good for you. You're not there. Oh no.
It's as if
About that
this is
time.
like the final roll, or close.
At us. Oh Jesus.
Uh-huh.
20.
Oh,
Oh,
our
I hate
stress
this.
comes back after yeah.
Right, wait, so we did have your seed.
I don't really know what you're. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I am.
Give me a...
I think that's enough to clear out all our stress tracks.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what I can possibly do with that. Jesus.
Yeah, quite
If
literally
there's
nothing.
ever time to use a medal,
Yeah, the problem is, even if I cut it in half, it's still gonna max out my stress track.
How much is that total?
25.
Like, whether I take 25 or 12, it makes no difference.
I can stay up.
Well, it's doing more than 5, so you'll have to spend to avoid anyway.
Right, my point is, no matter what I do, I'm taking 2 injuries. Like, I might as well not waste my metal.
Yeah, I mean, I have a stress track of 13, and
Yeah.
I have no metal to speak of, so I'm done.
You
Yeah.
could spend at least half, or spend and to knock out to avoid one of those injuries, so you're just knocked out,
Yeah,
not
that's
lethal.
right. I do have a thing I can spend to avoid an injury, I think.
Because you could downgrade the. Because you're only getting 2 injuries from a 0, so you're going from nothing to non-lethal to lethal. So if you
I can
buy,
burn.
Oh.
I can burn 3 instances of the Declaration of Gallantry to have that down to 3.
So you would take no injury.
Wild.
Actually, never mind. I don't have the medal that lets me avoid an injury.
So-
It's the one that I keep wanting to get, and then I keep getting turned down for it.
Right, yeah. Because of its prerequisites.
Right.
Yeah.
The best Farouk and Ven can do is knock this down from a lethal to a non-lethal, based on what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Or
gonna
just-
have to do. I take threat.
2 threat eye.
Could I challenge a value and then spend? To then try to stay up?
You staying up through a non-lethal, you could do that. Your stress track will be full, but you can be moving around and stuff still, like powering through it. Yeah.
Yeah. So can I challenge curiosity to never killed anything? Because curiosity just very, very quickly just murdered us.
You could challenge that. Yep.
Wait,
And then I will. That gets me a point of determination, and then I will spend towards.
If you're avoiding injury, you don't actually have to spend into a value.
No. What he's doing is spending to avoid 1 injury and then determinationing through the non-lethal. So he's still moving while having a non-lethal injury.
Oh, in that case, yeah. Never mind.
Yeah. So I will spend determination then towards.
Oh, it doesn't need a value if you're spending to stay. That's the only exception to the rule.
Okay, so then I am now up with the injuries still, but I'm still able to move around, right?
Yeah, you are. You have never felt this cold in life. You barely feel anything, but you're still. Oh wow, you feel terrible, but you're still moving.
And then Thrall is just like, reminds me of the Arctic.
And I'm out.
My prehensile tail whips out and grabs. Can I reach for like one of the phaser type 1s?
Yeah.
Okay. So what exactly? Oh, yeah, I guess this is a question before I act. What exactly put him out? Is it the sheer cold, or is it the force of the wave hitting him?
The cold, like basically thermal shock, from changing temperatures so rapidly. And now they're still getting, and now they're having this. They had that first splash, and then their body immediately. There was probably like a 15-second, 30-second lapse, like I said before, of like you hit by the water, and it's like, oh, nothing happened. Oh God, and then flinching over.
Yeah. So then I mean, when in thermal shock, you're immediately like super hemodynamically unstable. Your blood pressure is tanked. Your pulse is barely going. I'm going to grab Ensign Ven by the collar of his shirt with both of my paws. My claws are out just because that's the way it is.
Better grip.
Yeah. I pull him out of the water, throw him down, and immediately start to resuscitate him.
Okay. The water does recede, like it kind of raised for a second, and it rushed at you. It wasn't like a wave; it was more like the water level just started coming up all of a sudden. So it wasn't a big crest; it was just enough to get to you guys. But still, yeah, you pick him up and you move him around to get at him better.
I yell over my shoulder without acknowledging rank. Thralic, we need heat now, and then I get in and I start cardioverting and
Daring medicine difficulty 3.
Okay, so emergency medicine, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna give you 3 threat for 4 dice.
Okay.
Rerolling the whiff. Alright. And then there is 5 on a div 3, so 2 momentum generated.
And I believe it's a single momentum or 2. I forget. Because you stabilize him from the lethal injury that he had.
Yeah.
I think it costs. I'm going to say 2. That makes more sense to me. If you spend 2 momentum, you can wake him up as part of.
Yeah, I will. I'll do that. I'll go ahead and just spend to get Ven up.
Okay. So then you still have all that stress, but you've now been kind of resuscitated. While Thralic watched in glee.
Yep.
I sort of, in order to wake him up, I sort of shake him.
And-
Ven.
You can see the frost in his hair as it's. You get the
Matter,
band.
I don't think we have. I don't think we have time.
Yeah.
Oh, I imagine that Thralic probably could rocks because the rocks didn't go anywhere and you didn't lose your phaser.
Yeah.
So once the water goes away, you're like, okay, I shoot the rock.
Yeah, but I do that.
So the heat's back.
Then just get close to it.
For the briefest of moments, Ven, you felt like you were back on the Achilles during that dark moment.
Okay. Like.
Oh, I correct myself. Sorry, you were on the bridge of the wildfire.
The bridge.
Yep. And then you're woken back up to heat, and you feel cold and warm at the same time, and Farouk, shouting instructions at you.
Wildfire to away team, you still there?
We're still here.
That was a lot of noise. What was that?
Wave hit our shelter and doused our heat. The nurse and the ensign aren't looking so good right now. Lieutenant, if you have a bead on our location, in any sort, help would be appreciated. We're not sure how stable our current situation is at this point.
What's going on the Wildfire Bridge right now?
There's a lot of communication. They're trying to figure out what to do now that they've blown up the station. So now it's a matter of finding where the wildfire and the Achilles can go that's safe. So they're. Penn, correct me if I'm wrong. I imagine the plan would be to retreat back to the Earth to get within their airspace, rather than sticking around in the where you are.
Yeah, it would have been either there or beyond the asteroid belt.
Yeah, so they're having that talk. They're trying to figure out where they want to go. It's either beyond the asteroid belt and deal with the independent systems, or go to Earth, and they supposedly are friendly to you. By the way, Thralic, would you like to spend a threat?
Oh, sure, yes.
Carry on. I just wanted to let you know what the situation on the bridge was. I'll be sending a message to Thralic here in a moment.
Figure this out.
Mute comms. So I want to hail out the Achilles sickbay where these guys are held up, where their bodies are.
There you go, Thralic.
Oh, that's a good sound.
Uh-huh. What am I supposed to do with that?
TSP, what do you want me to do?
I don't know.
So yeah, I'm gonna put the away team on hold.
Exactly
and I
that.
I want to contact the sickbay.
Sickbay here, go ahead.
I'm curious what the conditions of Commander Thralic and Ensign and Vin are right now. This is mission critical.
I don't know about Commander Thralic. We don't have a Commander Thralic aboard, but Ensign Ven just went into thermal shock here. We were about to do procedures to resuscitate him, but he resuscitated on his own, and temperatures normalizing. Well, it's almost like he was doused in ice water or something. But he's stabilizing now, but we're not sure what's causing it.
That tracks, Axe. We might have a possibility of a psionic event going on.
One of many, as I understand, Lieutenant. If you can get us away if you can get the bridge to get us away from it, I'm getting real sick of having to pull empaths and telepaths down here to make sure they're not losing their minds.
Well, I'm currently on the horn with Ensign Van and Commander Thralic and Specialist as Farouk.
We haven't been introduced, but that's okay.
Okay.
And just 30 seconds ago, they were hit by a wave of ice water. So there's some sort of connection here between the signal I'm receiving and the biometrics of the ensign, and probably the others or members as well.
All right. I mean, it's risky. I could try to just force a resuscitation on Ensign Ven, but maybe force him out of it or get someone to mind meld and yank him back here, but as it were.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, well, I don't have a ton of suggestions other than there's nothing medically I can. I'm surprised he's dying and living without my intervention. All I can do is give him a bed and watch him. I don't know what's going on, so if you have any suggestions, Lieutenant, I'm willing to listen. Otherwise, I don't know what else you want from us. Eventually, the commander goes over and leans over.
I think there's a psionic connection in here.
Wildfire to Achilles.
Achilles.
We got a situation that's ongoing. Lieutenant Arlen, could you explain what exactly you're seeing?
I received a combat signal from Ensign Ven from out of the star system, and it appears that he, Commander Thralic, and Specialist Farouk is on a icy cliff, abandoned in there. And as I was talking to them and verifying their signal, they were hit by an ice wave, and there was a noticeable reaction to their bodies here. So there's some sort of connection between who I'm talking to and who they are.
Understood. Can you patch it through to the Achilles?
Aye, sir. Patching through. And put you back on with the back onto the away team.
I'll know by this point Ryloff will be has finally gotten to the bridge of the Wildfire. The captain's in med bay now, being treated for that poison she got hit with.
Had a good walk,
I'm
Ryloth.
curious what the hell frolic about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, currently I've muted, so.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Well, now I've
just being
unmuted
here.
you. I've unmuted you. Everyone's unknown on the call.
Right.
Oh. Hello.
Lieutenant Arlen, please update status.
I checked in on the sick bay, and it appears that your body's had a physiological reaction to whatever's happening over there. So this is definitely some sort of psionic projection. How I'm getting a signal from this, I'm not even going to question it right now, but somehow I'm calling you from the great beyond.
Right. Lieutenant, can you patch me in directly to Captain Pend?
Yeah, I'm already here.
Good. So, my best understanding right now is that your situation is not as it appears to be.
Well, that's not really surprising at this stage.
All right. I'd encourage you to look further into your present reality.
Oh, thank you for being completely vague.
It comes to me that way, sir.
I hate this.
If I could provide any more clarity, I would, but it's not really my field. Hi, Captain.
Oh no,
Meet you.
I will note scientific method can continue.
Oh.
So cold.
What about the sensor data I'm getting? Is that correlating?
With
There's no weirdness about. We have an advantage. I'm picking up sensor data from Ven's.
no
tricorder.
correlating with. What are you correlating against?
Does it look like an actual cliff face with water and rocks and M-class atmosphere?
It's like a massive iceberg, that island that's in the middle of an ocean.
And there's no fuzziness or anomalies within the data.
Oh, there's plenty of fuzziness, like that weird resin gate that goes on forever, that's covered in ice. There is something very far away from the tricorder, and they scanned it, that indicates something in the distance, or some various things in the distance.
So here's my thought. I'm not gonna spend any resources on this roll for the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to roll.
All right.
Would you like some assists?
Yes. Because if I don't get it on this one, then it's not this.
Yeah. We might die on this one.
I mean, I do have 10 threats.
Really?
I haven't killed players in a while. I might be getting rusty. I don't know.
Don't
Yeah, I
kill
think the last thing we
players.
did-
Kill
I think the last thing we did
characters.
was with mine.
Well, player character. Sorry.
Okay.
So you realize that on the metaphysical sense, if you still what likely amounts to the something in between quantum physics and the standard matter of the quantum realm and the nature of information reality as described through quantum waveforms, you will stop the dynamic movement of the very foundational pillars of space-time. In other words,
So
a really bad idea.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey,
So we would collapse the universe again.
oh,
I came really close to really fucking everything up. Again.
If it's any comfort due to the fact that you don't have you only have the power of a phaser and a pistol to do it, it would be a localized collapse of a universe, which actually, the way space-time works, you would basically poke a hole in the very fabric of reality and everything around it would collapse. It would be catastrophic. It wouldn't be universe-ending, but it'd be pretty bad.
So
Probably be system ending still.
System ending, definitely.
So Ensign,
God damn it.
Perhaps quadrant ending, but
yeah. So Ensign.
Don't do that.
No, I've got a question for you. It might seem silly, but I'd like you to indulge it if you would.
Yes.
So, also going over the data that the lieutenant has forwarded, you appear to be down a metaphysical level to a degree,
Yeah.
and you
So did I just accidentally create a crystal ball?
in a sense.
have you thought about going up a level, especially considering you have a crystal connection to one above ours?
Wait.
Just
wait.
like
Hold on.
think up.
Yeah. When the water hit me, I went down a level. We have to go up. Ven looks. So this cliff here, does it just go up?
So there's these big big chunks of the iceberg jutting upward, and then if you go out on the plateau, it eventually goes into the sea, or the sea starts trying to claim the iceberg to a degree, but it's floating. Then there's this big old gate, this massive starship-sized gate made of endless resin, and then up is the veiled stars.
Is there any
You're
way to
currently
interact
kind of
with the
nested.
gate?
Sorry, go on.
Is there any way to interact with the gate?
No one's really touched it. You just scanned it, really.
Spirits from beyond, follow my voice.
What the hell are you doing, Roland?
Apparently, I'm talking into a metaphysical representation and of a couple of our officers. And I'm attempting to lighten the mood in order to hide the fact that I'm really uncomfortable with this, and I don't know what I'm doing.
That hardly seems professional.
It's not, but it's a helpful coping mechanism.
God damn.
I'm just looking at Commander Thralic with just tight lips.
Probably shit. Actually, worryingly, you stopped shivering. The reason you're awake is because you shot yourself with a stimulant to keep yourself conscious.
Oh, cool.
Like, hey, I stopped shivering. I don't feel cold anymore. Oh, that's not good. Oh wait, we're
That's
near
a
a
bad
heat.
sign.
That's still not good.
So I think we need to find a way to go up a level.
Preferably
Maybe
before
I
I
could beam
pass
you a
out.
ladder.
Do not believe transporters cross that kind of barrier.
GM.
Not yet.
GM.
Yes.
The teleporting a ladder get you?
Is it possible to do some form of reason roll to try and help them come up with an idea?
Yeah, I'm drawing a real blank on this one.
Because we've got a few indicators from different sources.
Yeah.
I'm basically wanting to compile them and offer a solution for people.
Well, that is a different kind of scientific method, I hate to say.
Yeah.
You could do that way. That is the dum-dum roll that your characters can be in collaboration can pierce ignorance rather rapidly. Or Tharla can just throw more ESP questions and hope that the visions are helpful. But I get threat when they do that, so.
Yeah, the problem is you're eventually gonna throw damage at us, and no matter what happens, I'm gonna go down.
You take any damage, you're both gonna thud. Yep.
Yeah,
I think I might have to take the dum-dum roll if you'll allow it.
Scientific method, reason.
Can it be anything but science so I can take...
Con or engineering. Diff 1 for the observational stage.
Okay. So, yeah, I'll take it. Would you take mental prowess as a focus?
I would, yeah.
Do people have a preference? Who has out of the group a con 2 higher or con 3 higher? Engineering 2 higher.
Yes.
I've got
Um,
con.
Con
I
and
have-
engineering.
I have con and science.
I have science, engineering, and I could do con, but it wouldn't be great.
Okay, but we all seem to have con, correct?
Yeah, let's do
Mhm.
con.
Yep.
You're doing cons, alright. I'll just roll the 2.
I have oh my god, I have a feeling that there's something really obvious that we are just overlooking.
Relax.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's something obvious. GM, I sent you a.
I have one idea, but it's incredibly
Oh, you sent me
stupid.
something? Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
We
gonna
just go swimming.
re-roll
Oh,
that in a second.
I'm gaining a threat. I'm being asked a question.
Mm-hmm.
My bad.
Yeah, I'll wait till the question's finished because I still need to finish the roll.
All right. Let's see how I can do that then.
Would you take a milestone for survival spend?
Brooke knows how. Oh, okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Given that it's not so much your survival but theirs, then yes, yeah, I'll take that.
Okay,
Have to think
I'll
that out.
spend for that.
Cool.
I'll spend it towards mission directive.
Oh
Re-rolling.
no, I'm watching a really. Oh, this is kind of a disturbing video.
Okay, so we hit it.
So observational stage, you're trying to how one moves, because movement is movement. It's just instead of moving through space time, you're moving layers of dimension. It's dimensional shifting. Okay, so on a dimensional shift, them up while dimensionally shifting. Yeah, you're trying to get them to shift up. So it's a matter of figuring out how one does that without the appropriate technological accoutrements. Or perhaps
So
there's something
instead
in
of
that
moving
realm
X,
that
Y,
lets you
and
do it.
Z, we're moving on the W axis.
Yeah.
And we're trying to figure out how to move on W.
How do you move on W with what they have on hand? Because you could do it as a starship. That's doable if you with a bit of work. But people on an iceberg somewhere on a lower level of existence, it's doable possibly, but that's kind of the problem you're trying to solve.
I
Well, we
make
do
a
have
motion
quantum
to.
crystal.
I make a motion to Ven to silence our comms
Okay.
Wow.
for a second. You know,
I
we can
do.
still
Assuming
hear
it's
stuff coming out
muted,
from them, but not. Yeah, don't send anything out. Basically,
Muting your
We're-
side, yeah.
We're,
Yes.
we're on
not
mute.
silence muting. Yeah.
Commander.
I've been trying to dive into what exactly is happening here with my own extrasensory abilities. And as far as I can tell, we're not the ones who are seeing a dreamlike reality right now. The people on the other end of this call are.
What?
Wait.
Hang
Got
on.
it! Ben just sits up and says, "That's it!" When I fell beneath the water, I felt ourselves pushed down to, I felt myself pulled down to the Achilles.
Right.
Or was it the Achilles or the Wildfire?
Wildfire.
Wildfire. I felt myself pulled down to the Wildfire. They're down there. They're on a lower level. They have to come up here.
Huh? Yeah.
That might be it. I'm not certain precisely.
Hmm.
My
So
Crook.
And that's something
How
that
would
they should be
you-
able to accomplish with their available technology.
How would you wake them up? We assume for a second, that the crews, the Wildfire and the Achilles, are asleep right now. How do we wake them up?
How do we wake
Um,
them up?
well, if someone's asleep, uh, you exert some sort of external stimuli. You affect the balance in their ear. You do something physically to them. That's how you would wake someone. Something you could administer drugs, what, uh, how would they wake up?
How did you wake up?
How did I wake up? I ch- I I saw there was a guide. I've talked to you about this before, but there
Right.
was there was some sort of entity. It took the form of a woman holding a cane. She mentioned that she was some sort of guide. She said something to the effect of, if you are you're asleep or something, and she said, if I want to wake up, I woke up. GM, correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry.
That's basically what you said. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So
Good.
what I did was I focused on what I knew to be true, and closed my eyes and opened them, and I saw something similar to this, where I saw an ocean and people. There were people out there. There were patients, and they were beamed up. But
Right.
so
I
are
think
we,
I
Mhm.
think we need to run this by the captain.
I'm making the executive decision and taking a leadership position here, Ensign.
Okay.
So how do we wake
We're dealing
them
with
up?
distorted realities, and we need to wake them up.
Um,
We need to make the very convincing argument that the three people who they're talking to, who they see in their med bays, are not actually there.
yeah.
That was interesting.
Uh-huh. So, GM, could I make some sort of medical roll? This would be more. I know I don't have a focus in parapsychology,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I would have had to at least given a read in towards
Yeah,
parapsychology.
because you have to
Drink
deal with betazoids and other
stuff like that.
sonic species. They have medical needs.
Vulcans, Anar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would I know? There's something medical that I can, like, not not like not like actually medical, but like counseling, like psychology, parapsychology. Are there any tenets that I know that would help here?
Insight medicine, difficulty of 1.
The low difficulty concerns me.
Part of it is the fact that you guys have kind of dived at this in a pretty good way. You're in the right cone of reasoning. You're not going the wide breadth of parapsychology. You're focusing on a particular point of it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna give you a threat.
Certainly.
In talking with Thralic, would Thralic be able to assist me in some way?
Certainly.
Okay. I don't know if that's the same with Insight Medicine, or if
EB insight
she's-
medicine. Yeah, it's similar.
Okay. Well, one more dice helps.
Could I go
So,
Insight Command there to try to back that with authority?
Given that you yourself are sonic, yeah.
I will roll. Yeah, my insight medicine's not great. It's a 13, but I'm gonna say that I don't have a focus on this because I don't know anything about. Well, I don't have a focus in parapsychology.
Parapsychology,
Um,
sonics, supernatural. So that's
Yeah.
a very weird area to focus on as a because you almost never use it normally.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm gonna need to start using it, so I might start going in that direction. You know what I mean? All right,
Yeah, it's
here we
true.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yes.
re-roll the whiff.
You have the
No.
advisor reroll there as well, if need be.
Damn it.
I'm rolling my assist, focus and guidance here, GM.
Yeah.
We're currently passing, right?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, because I could reroll my assist die, but I don't want to comp.
Momentum generated.
From a counseling point of view, if you're trying to get someone mind meld and if you could get to them physically at that higher level, like when someone's in their mind meld, they're to connect to someone else's ocean, to simplify. You in the space-time realm would jab them with a stimulant or something to wake them up. Now, without access to their above bodies, that'd be one way to do it. The other way to do it is if you can communicate with the person who's in the meld, you get them to will themselves out of it, because everything on the lower levels is based on your thoughts, what you want, what you think you can do, that sort of thing. So you talk them out of the delusion, of the hallucination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Commander, this is gonna be. I think I can be of use here. In what little counseling training I've had, I think I can bring them out of this.
Okay.
With your assistance, for sure. I think we just need to. I think it starts with one, because if they see one person, whether it be the captain, whether it be Lieutenant Arlen, whether it be Rylov, as long as they see one person lifting themselves out of it, it's gonna jar their entire sort of backstop of reality, and then it'll be way easier to break the other ones. So I think we pick one to focus on. Maybe get the other people just like maybe have the other people plug their ears or something. You know what I mean? Just to yeah, just so that they can see when it happens.
If we're starting with one, I believe I can reach Captain Pend.
Okay. I'm ready when you are, Commander.
All right. And I'll nod to Ven to unmute us.
So cold. He unmutes.
Captain,
Commander.
I need you to focus on the reality you are currently in and see its illusion. I need you to wake up. Follow the sound of my voice into the waking world again. And once you do, the crews of the ships that you are in communication with will know to follow you.
Do you want me to just tell everyone to wake up? Save us time?
Captain, I think it's important for you to establish the reality that you're in, and then once you do, the rest will follow.
Establish the credence of my words. You have a strong will, and your mind can shape reality.
DM, is there a role that we can do?
He hasn't tried to do anything yet.
Okay.
I don't know if the,
An
if the
announcement
player's
would not
opposing
be
your role or
amiss.
not.
No, it's not an opposed role. I was just asking, do you want me to actually tell the two ships to do the same thing?
I think you should, yes.
You know, as the highest ranking officer here, then yeah, I would like to tell both ships that our minds have been affected and it's time to wake up. Sorry, it's 4 a.m. I'm not being eloquent at 4 a.m.
Nurse Rook can lay out the mental framework that's needed, and I will do my best to serve as a beacon.
I was just
Are
going to
those
tell
minutes in difficulty too?
Yeah.
People can assist if they wish.
I was just going
with,
to tell people to wake up.
Yep. Telling people to wake up. Presence command, if you're assisting in that regard, you're basically commanding people to just think that.
Yeah, I guess I'll take the lead on the presence medicine then. I'll argue composure because I know what I'm saying is wild, but I need to be composed when I give the information.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I can't just like fail this, so even though it's a low difficulty, I'll do 1 momentum, 2 threat. Because I like juicing the GM with the threats. 4 reroll. Shit. 2 to squash.
You've got a second reroll from my advisor because I'm assisting you.
I will take the advisor reroll then. And I'll keep the whiff. Okay.
Yep. I'm doing guidance here as a focus and taking presence command. The assist.
Yep.
Right. The main roller generates a bonus momentum from my success as well. Maximized efficiency is a weird talent.
Yeah, it is.
So this message was sent to the entirety of the Achilles fire?
Yeah, to both ships. I would have opened comms to both of the ships in this entirety.
Any opposition by Arlen or Rylov?
No, but if we're using the communication system, we get 2 bonus momentum.
From a paranoid Rylov that doesn't know what the. I mean, he's being filled in, but he's sitting there like. In fact, paranoid Rylov, who from a society where psionic shit is not. No. Yeah, probably a little bit by him. Yeah.
Fitness plus command difficulty of the amount of hits they got.
Oh.
That is diff 2
How much
for
is that?
6. Diff 6.
Diff 6.
Sorry, diff 4 because my base. No, it's opposed. Flat. Because your 2 are opposed. Base 2 is people accepting the idea at a baseline. This is an opposition against the 6.
I'm
We're
paranoid.
That gets you. That gets you a free hit.
I have a focus in paranoia.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's.
I haven't used that one all day.
Rylov weaponizes his paranoia. Freaking wrong.
It's what he was trained to do.
It's true.
Who hurt you? Someone did.
Yes.
Romulans.
Klingons.
That too.
Bastards. It's only to find that one bastard.
Yeah, that one. What's his name? Valkyris?
We can add him to the list.
I don't know. He's probably happy.
What you doing, Rylov?
3 and 3.
3 and 3 eye.
Can't believe it.
I'm like, how hard would he try? I'm like, he would try very hard.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well,
Wake
I
up,
got
Rylov.
Wake up, Rylov.
I assume that's the roll, Rylov?
Well, I currently don't have a determination.
It's true.
Fuck.
I could easily acquire another one.
You could.
But
challenge of value.
actually, yeah, good point. No, I was like, is there one that makes
Keep
sense
going.
to challenge for this? Was
one.
something I was going to take a look at. No, because challenges. Yeah, no, there's nothing that really makes sense to challenge there. Yeah, no, I'll just yeah. That was whiffed so incredibly hard. Oh my god.
Yeah.
There it is. Out on the horizon, where there's lights in the middle of that great endless sea, new lights emerge, rising and falling with the waves. And you see the familiar silhouettes of the Achilles and the wildfire.
Nurse Varuk will hold out a paw to Commander Thralic.
What kind of gesture is it? Oh, never mind. We're done.
For a handshake, but whatever.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And that
she'll
will be the
shake hands.
end of the episode.